Good evening, everyone. It's now 6 o'clock. This is the Community Consolidated District 59 Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, September 27th. Can we get a roll call, please?
Espino,
Present.
Lang,
Present.
Mencia,
Present.
Petrielli, present, Reed,
Present.
Sager,
Present.
and Schumacher.
Before we do the roll call, I want to remind everyone to speak loudly and turn your mic on so everyone in the public can hear us and on Zoom. All right, with that, can we please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So the first part of the agenda is 4.0 district presentation on equity journey. I think this is something we're all anxious to hear. Hopefully they'll give us some answers we've been looking for. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Bresnahan.
Okay, so I appreciate, it's really hard to present while looking at that screen to the board, so I thought I'd be able to stand up here, maybe I'll angle a little bit just so everyone can hear and participate. I will be calling on some members of our SLT as well throughout the presentation. Just for a reminder, this is the presentation portion. Then once we get through the presentation, please, jot down your questions that you may have as board members. Then according to our agenda, we'll have opportunities for public comment and participation. And then we will follow that with the discussion from the board. Okay, so with that, we will go ahead and get started. So today we have our committee of the whole meeting where we are updating.
Oh, there. Sorry, I thought it was lit. My apologies. So we are here to update where we are in terms of our equity journey for District 59. So we are trying to start each of our meetings really looking back at the purpose of what we are talking about when we say the word equity. When we hear that word and we hear it multiple times, it may mean different things to different people. But in District 59, we really want to clearly identify what we're speaking to when we say the word equity and what are the drivers around this work and why are we investing our time and energies into studying this today. So with that, I'm going to ask, Ben, is it you? Could you just click onto there, please? We'll take you actually live to our website. This is our equity tab on our District 59 website. So what we have used to define the word equity is not just about race or ethnicity or any one particular group. Equity in CCSD59 means ensuring all students have equitable access to resources and opportunities to equip them to be successful for life. In the simplest terms, as an educator, what it means to me is that all students in District 59, regardless of the school that they attend, have those opportunities to achieve success. So when we're looking at our website here, I want to take you down to our 8 areas of focus. These are really our drivers that we have honed in on through our work of the strategic plan, as well as our multiple audits and partnerships that we really spent a great deal of time last year focusing in on. So as you recall, we went through an equity audit. We went through a demographic and enrollment study and facility usage study. We also did a dual language Spanish audit of our program to really land on these 8 areas. So the first one, as a reminder, is our access to programming. So right now, not all programs are available in all schools. We don't have the number of students to get that economy of scale to offer them. We also have to consider staffing that it takes in order to run each of those programs. And so we want to ensure that all students who qualify for certain programs are able to access those programs. When we look at class sizes, what we discovered last year, this is data from last year, we had ranges from 9 to 32 students in a classroom across different grade levels at our elementary schools. And we want to ensure that we have a greater balance around class sizes for all of our students, regardless of the schools they attend and the grade levels that they are in. Demographics has been also a significant area of focus for us. In District 59, we are very fortunate to have a diverse community. And we know as a community outlined in our strategic plan that diversity is something that we value. But within each of our schools, we don't necessarily see that diversity represented. So we wanted to take a careful look across each of our schools to better understand how are we balancing diversity across our schools and our grade levels and our programs, not just from a district perspective, but within those classrooms and within those school settings. Enrollment, we have seen a decline in enrollment over the years, and we are now looking at schools that are operating with less than 300 students at our elementary level. That really impacts our ability to do sectioning for students across the grade level. It impacts our ability to balance out those class sizes, provide some flexibility of learning within student spaces. And so that enrollment piece is something that we have paid careful attention to. And that also impacts the next area, which is facility and capacity usage. So when we look at our physical buildings, we're looking at ranges from 41 to 95% use of our facilities. And students and our staff feel the differences between those ranges. So we are underutilizing some of our schools in some cases and really maxing out and overutilizing some of our schools in other cases. So we hope to get a better balance at looking at our schools and achieving the best utilization across each of them. Resource allocation. We've been looking at our per pupil expenditures. We look at this at an annual basis and we report this out on our school report cards. Last year's data showed us that we had a range from approximately $14,000 upwards to almost $20,000, a range of nearly $6,000 between pupils depending on which school they attend. The most significant contribution to that factor is our staffing. So where staff are, depending on how many years they've been and what their salaries are, play out. But it's also access to resources and additional support that are offered within each of our programs and within each of our schools that creates some of those discrepancies. Transportation, which has been a significant area of focus, especially as we've gone through rough times of having driver shortages. We're really looking at the range of times that our students are on the bus traveling to school each way. So last year, our ranges were from the low end of 16 minutes to the high end of approximately 66 minutes each way, including some of our earliest learners at the ELC who travel from across the entire district in order to get to their school. And so our hope is that we can create better balance, but also really strive to reduce those ranges and those average route times for our students who do take the bus. Now, all 7 of those tiles lead to the 8th tile, which is student outcomes. So when we think about our academic performance for our students, as well as our social emotional well-being of our students across data sets, we are seeing discrepancies. We have shared very transparently over the last year plus our benchmarking data, as well as our IAR data, our panorama data, our access data, all of those data sets that tell us that certain groups of students are performing at higher rates than others. And as long as we can see discrepancies across demographic groups, or students who speak specific languages, or students who have certain abilities, we have work to do to close those gaps and ensure that we don't have any opportunity gaps within our system to increase achievement for all, but also close those gaps between those specific groups of students. So that really is the overall focus and really our drivers. Our drivers are not about how we configure our schools. Our drivers are not about our adult needs. Our drivers are about these 8 components and how do we ensure that we improve in each of those areas without just looking at one or the other. And over the years, we've looked at 1 and maybe 2 areas and we've provided solutions that have led to maybe some unintended outcomes. So any one of these in isolation, we may be able to have a quick fix. But if we really want to, as a system, create something that is sustainable and long-term and achieving the goals, we want to look at all 8 of these things in unison. So if we go back to the presentation, I want to just bring you up to date on where the work that has taken place so far by our equity task force. I first want to acknowledge all of our parent and family representatives from each of our schools, as well as our teacher and staff representatives from each of our schools, our 2 board members, Courtney and Patty, who have served on the equity task force. We have 2 principals who have also served on that task force. And then from supports, we've had our SLT team to help provide and facilitate this work. And then we've partnered as well with our demographer, Crapper, so that we can have real-time data in building out some of these solutions. We had our first meeting on August 22nd, where we were able to present and review 2 different approaches to how we might best address those 8 areas. The first was looking at pure redistricting. How can we look at boundaries and shifting those around? And would those help us achieve our goals across those 8 areas? The second model was looking at redistricting plus looking at school pairings, which is also known as grade level centers, looking at a K2, 3, 5 model for our elementary students. And in addition, because we are underutilizing a significant number of our buildings, repurposing a school to allow us opportunities to expand some of our programs, such as early learning. Keeping in mind that the redistricting option also included some school closures. And when we got to our second meeting, we really focused in on which options are going to be most viable. And that's where we went through an exercise of eliminating the pure redistricting option. And we shared that update with the board at our last meeting, and really dove more into our draft option of redistricting plus the school pairings and repurposing a school. Last Thursday night on September 22nd, we had the opportunity for a third meeting. During that time, we actually invited each of our parent representatives to invite an additional parent or family member from their school, so that we were able to nearly double our parent representation at our third meeting. And they will also be members invited to join us for our fourth meeting as well. I know we have a few of our members in the audience, and I want to thank them for their time and giving of those evenings to be with us and really engaging in this conversation in a positive direction. At that third meeting on September 22nd, we had an opportunity to review the current draft option that was the latest, as well as the introduction of a variation on that draft option, and then start to look at what are the impacts of school pairings? What does that mean from a research perspective? And what does it mean for our students and families in District 59? So I want to just revisit this piece because we are hearing a number of questions, and I know the board really challenged us the last time. How could we really look at a more aggressive redistricting option that would allow us to maybe more achieve our goals in a more creative way? And what we found in looking purely at redistricting is that we had to start taking boundary lines and dividing neighborhoods and creating it where I may be on this side of the street and attending this school, but someone on that side of the street might be attending another school, as well as really looking at opportunities that would force us to explore closing some schools as well. And so we went through that exercise and looked at that as not a viable option that would not reach our solutions in terms of reaching some of our balances across those 8 areas, and would really cause some major disruption in our communities. So this was one of the exercises you can see here in this map. There's all new colored squares and moving really in and out of neighborhoods to try to achieve those balances across our areas. And again, something that we did not decide to move forward with. So what that left us with was the original draft option, which we are now going to refer to as draft option A, and our newer option, which is just a slight variation on the first, which is now called draft option B. So for review, our draft option A is looking at moving some boundary lines and then creating school pairings and creating larger geographic areas for our elementary grade level bands. So we're pulling from larger regions in order to maximize students, keeping our schools all open and functioning, being able to repurpose one and expand an early learning opportunity. And so we're looking at, in this model, it would be Devonshire and Brentwood paired, Forest View and Juliet Low, Jay with Frost, Rupley with Salt Creek, and Bird with Claremont, and then repurposing Ridge to be an early learning center. In this draft option, we looked at Ridge as an early learning center for a couple of reasons. Number one, Ridge used to house some early learners. And so we have a wing of that school that already is physically outfitted for our youngest learners. So we thought that would be a plus. It's also in very close proximity to Grove Junior High. So similar to our ELC on the north end, which is attached to homes, we thought that there would be some good pairing opportunities there amongst students. One thing important to note as we look at both of these draft options that I want to make sure our board understands is these pairings. So when you look at Devonshire and Brentwood, it's not necessarily that Devonshire has to be K2 and Brentwood has to be 3-5. As we fine tune and build the final recommendation, we want to look at capacity size. We want to consider size of students, the types of classrooms that each of our buildings has to better identify how each one should be paired within those K2, 3-5 bands. So that is draft option A. When we look at draft option B, you'll notice to the north, it stays virtually the same. To the south, we see some subtle differences, some significant differences as you look at that boundary line. So if I toggle back and forth, you can see that yellow and green now switching to the red and yellow. And we're able to get a more cohesive boundary across the southern portion of our district. And in this model, the thing that shifts is we're taking Bird, one of our furthest to the southwest corners of the district, and repurposing that as an early learning center. And this was based on some feedback that we heard from the Equity Task Force as an opportunity to explore. It also took into consideration when we have students traveling from the far southeast and trying to reduce some of that travel times to the far southwest. The other important piece to note is as we go through the presentation and you look at some of the data, you'll notice our John Jay and our Robert Frost pairing. In option A, it keeps those two pairings together and they all then go up to Friendship Junior High for their 6 through 8. In the B option, we actually have them split. So John Jay would then go to Holmes and the Robert Frost area would then go to Friendship. Because again, we're looking at some capacity as well as high school pathways that we wanted to keep in mind as well for our students. So this is just a side-by-side of the two draft options. Again, very similar in concept with some subtle differences on how we really fine-tune the opportunities to create the best solution across all 8 of those tiles. And again, where we more than likely will land through discussions as we build the final recommendation is which portions do we like of draft option A, which ones do we like out of draft option B to make the final recommended plan. So where we got to on Thursday evening was to just acknowledge and validate that there are challenges and reasons why people would not want to move to a school pairing model. These are not issues that we are unaware of. They are ones that have been communicated to us, and I think are valid reasons why people would not want this to happen in District 59. So the first is looking at that added transition between K2 and 3-5 schools and the potential social emotional impact. Adding that additional transition can create some negative effects for our students, but one of the offsetting factors that we also want to keep in mind is that the second piece where they talk about staff, student, and parent relationships having that longevity, we're creating larger regions of neighborhoods where students begin in kindergarten together and travel with each other up through 5th grade, and in most cases, and particularly in option A, all the way through 8th grade. So while they're transferring between a physical building, they are not leaving their friends and their neighborhood peers. Also acknowledging that when you lose your 3 through 5th grade students within a K through 5 setting, you have some other opportunities that our 3rd through 5th graders offer for our K through 2 students. So you may see opportunities, for example, in some of our schools, not all, we have fifth grade patrol. And they offer as some, learning opportunities and leadership opportunities for our fifth graders to really help assist with some of our youngest learners. What we see in a K2, 3, 5 model is where we have leadership opportunities across all of our grade levels. And we really see a rise in our second graders, just like, I'm going to give you the analogy. In many districts, such as in CPS, schools are K through 8. Different districts do different things. There are other districts across the state of Illinois that are in a K through 8 model. So when we decide to make junior highs or middle schools and separate 6th through 8th grade, we add that transition in. So we already have a 3 grade level span, grade level center in District 59. There are junior highs. And so how do we intentionally plan for and prepare our students for that transition during those very formative years from 5th grade to 6th grade, as well as how do we see 5th graders enhancing their leadership opportunities in a K5 setting as opposed to a K8 setting. So again, different comparisons, but absolutely things to acknowledge and be aware of. The K5 siblings attending separate schools. This is absolutely real and we need to acknowledge it. Right now, when you have a student at the elementary or the junior high and perhaps at the high school, and you're navigating 3 schools as a family, that is a lot. And we recognize that and want to acknowledge how do we build a system that helps us prepare and support families through those transitions. We've also heard about after school care across 2 possible schools, looking at especially pairings that happen across 2 different villages in our district. So how do we partner with park districts to ensure that we're going to be able to partner with them for after school care programs to help offset the challenges that this might bring? And then lastly, the concern over transportation and busing for our families. We know in a paired model, we expect and anticipate that we may see more students who qualify for busing. However, our goal is that we really are able to then decrease those route times as well. So that's going to be something that's going to be both a challenge, but a potential benefit that we'll have to look at. Then we have some common misperceptions. So these are things that maybe some people are thinking are going to be a loss or a challenge, but are really things that as educators, we can purposefully plan for and intentionally accommodate through our model. So our loss of PTO participation and parent volunteers. So I'm going to lose half my building and we won't have as many parents be able to run our events. You're actually doubling your community size. And in some paired models, you can still have a K5 or even an expanded PTO, K8, to service your entire community that now has expanded number of parents and potential volunteers to help support those opportunities. Communication issues with families. We face that now with children we have families who maybe have children in multiple schools for different programs. And we want to make sure that we are sensitive to that and that we manage our communication as a system to ensure that parents aren't overwhelmed and overloaded with inconsistent messaging and communication from our schools. The next one is something that we are actually really aware of and continuously work on as a district. We do this between our district and the high school districts because we want to make sure that parents have the opportunity to attend all of our events and not overlap. And so that's something I want to give credit to our principals who do an amazing job of really intentionally planning how we schedule our parent-teacher conferences, how we schedule our family events so that there's not that overlap. There's also a misperception that this model will give less support or resources for our students, when in actuality, the design is intended to better pair students with the supports and resources that they need in a much more meaningful and student-driven way, as opposed to every school gets this, even though the needs of the students within a school may be different. And then the last one we somewhat addressed earlier on, that disruption or loss of friend groups. We are trying to build communities, not draw boundary lines between them. And so expanding that opportunity for students to begin their careers together in kindergarten and move forward together is definitely a potential added benefit to this model. So if we all agree as a community that we are not meeting these needs across those 8 areas that we identified, and that we should do something to help address those, I hope that we can at least open our minds to the possibility of what could we benefit from if we looked at a different model on how we configure our schools, with the intent of addressing those specific 8 areas. So from a research standpoint, there are many districts that have grade level centers in various configurations. We have at least 42 districts in the state of Illinois that have moved into them or have been in these configurations for many years. This is not a new concept. This is something that's used nationally, and it varies greatly. Because grade level centers is not the solution for everyone. It is a solution depending on the needs of our community. And that's why we're here talking about it tonight. So when we think about what benefits from just a research base that we anticipate being able to benefit from, we're taking our elementary schools from 6 grade levels down to 3. From a curriculum and service model, that actually allows us to concentrate our focus at a much more developmentally appropriate level, as well as becoming some content area and grade level experts between primary, intermediate, and middle school. And middle school itself has a lot of research about that 3 grade level configuration in terms of really being able to hone in on the specific developmental needs of students at that particular grade level. The other piece that we know we would be able to maximize is creating opportunities for teachers to collaborate within their own grade levels. We talked a lot at previous board meetings about some of our teachers who are in singleton opportunities, meaning that I am the only teacher at my grade level that teaches my specific program or subject area. So the ability to collaborate across those grade levels is lost when we place teachers in those singleton tracks. When we look at more classrooms per grade level, we're actually able to then also better service our students and create more flexible grouping opportunities. So when I have 4 classrooms across a particular grade level, I would be able to better pair students, knowing their social dynamics, knowing the teachers, and being able to flexibly group those students from year to year to match those learning styles. One of the other added benefits is being able to take resources such as our library media centers and really making them geared toward the specific age groups across those 3 level bands. We also look at activities for students that could be more developmentally appropriate across a particular grade level band. So thinking about after school clubs that would be geared more towards just those specific students. Instead of having 6 clubs for 6 different grade levels, we may have 6 clubs for just 3 grade levels and more opportunities for students to participate in those. Also increasing our opportunities for inclusive practices. So when we talk about diversity and equity, we also talk about inclusion and belonging. So how many opportunities do our students across programs and developmental needs do we have across a particular grade level within each of our schools? That varies widely depending on the schools that they're housed in. So if we want to create more inclusive opportunities across a diverse set of students, the more students we have at each grade level, the greater opportunities that we have to do that. 3 grade level schools are being able to plan, again, more developmentally appropriate initiatives. And again, that professional development that can really hone in to those teachers at those particular grade levels. And then lastly, looking at building in transitions for students. We have students who transition from our ELC to kindergarten every year. And that transition is done successfully through careful articulation with our teachers and through our school leaders to ensure that they have a positive experience. We would anticipate the same thing from grades 2 to grade 3 so that we can support those students to be better prepared when it happens to them in 5th grade to 6th grade. So now what we want to do is take you through the opportunities that we think we would be able to achieve specifically in District 59. And here's where our data comes in. This is the part that everyone has been waiting for. What does this look like if we were to do this in District 59 today with this year's data? So I want to first start by thanking Tom Ludloff, and I want to thank Ben Gray's department as well, and Ron, the transportation department. The amount of data that it has taken, the specific people working under their leadership to be able to put all of these data sets together is it is a pretty significant task. So I want to first highlight that data yesterday changes from day to today. So students transfer in, students transfer out, students move. So we captured a moment in time. And so data that we are looking at tonight may not be the actual number of students that we're seeing today, but they were valid as of a week and a half ago or 2 weeks when we pulled the data. So I want to give a little extension of understanding around what you'll be looking at tonight across these numbers. So the first tile that we talked about was access to programming, and I want to spend some time talking about this so everybody can really understand what this means in District 59. This is a significant area for improvement in our district. Right now, we have some schools that offer dual language Spanish one-way. Fewer schools that offer dual language Spanish two-way. We have some schools that offer neither. Then we have one school that offers dual language Polish one way at only one site. We have one early learning center. And I'll talk about ELS in a minute. So if we were to move into either option A or option B, we've run our numbers and we would be able to actually expand our dual language Spanish to make it available at all grade levels across all schools, kindergarten through 8th grade. Now, this also involves one of the visions that we have created for ourselves that we learned through our dual language Spanish audit last year, how we can better service our students and the particular needs of our language learners in District 59 through a more blended approach rather than one-way versus two-way, but expanded opportunities of consolidation so that we can offer those across all, meaning that we would have expanded opportunities for students who are native Spanish speakers, who qualify for the program, as well as expanded opportunities for students who are non-native Spanish speakers who wish to join the program. So I'm going to just pause a second, and then I'll speak about the Polish as well, and then I'm going to actually turn it over to Mrs. Savage to give a little bit more background on this piece as well. So right now we have one school, Claremont, which houses our Polish dual language. In option A, we would expand it to Byrd and Claremont to the south, and Forest View and Juliet to the north side of the district. In option B, it would be Ridge and Rupley to the south, and Forest View and Juliet Low, again, to the north sides of the district. So we would have a K2 and a 3-5 pairing on both sides of the district with opportunities for expansion at both. So Ms. Savage, do you want to add any information about that?
Sure. As Dr. Bresnahan shared, those drivers at the very beginning were many of those concerns that were also brought up in the dual language audit. Looking at one of the recommendations that was particularly made in regards to programming was collapsing or consolidating in some way, shape, or form. There were many concerns regarding our multi-grade classes, having our resources spread very thin across many, many schools, K-5, and then looking at ways that we could meet the teachers' needs to better service our students through a variety of recommendations along the lines of increased collaboration, that equitable class size, which was varied with all those schools, professional learning opportunities, as well as really making sure that we were addressing that targeted curriculum that those teachers need, as Dr. Breslin had talked about, with the developmentally appropriate based on those students' ages. So collapsing programming was a recommendation that was made through the audit. And when we're looking at how we are pulling our students per grade level with a broader area in terms of school sites, that is in essence a consolidation of programming when we're looking at taking what was last year when the audit took place, 8 schools providing some shape or form of dual language to 5 pairings. That does make a very big difference in terms of the issues that we were seeing in our programming around the lines of teacher collaboration, curriculum development, implementation, and resources.
Thank you, Susan. And I just want to highlight again, when we think, why can't we just do this now? Why can't we just expand and have all of these programs available at all of our schools? And I think those schools who are in those underutilized spaces can attest to, we cannot run, it is not fiscally responsible. It is not really a beneficial education environment to run class sizes of 6, 7, or 8 kids. And so when we spread our students out across the district to such small numbers, it really makes staffing and running those classrooms really challenging and not recommended. So by expanding our geographic regions and increasing the number of students at our buildings, we're actually able to capitalize on that and move towards offering these programs at all of our schools for dual language Spanish, and then at least expanding for our dual language Polish. The ELC, we have had the opportunity, Mr. Ludloff and I went out last Friday to speak to our ELC staff, and we have a representative teacher on our equity task force as well. We really want to look at how could we expand that programming. If we want to close achievement gaps, we need to close them before they start. So when we capture our earliest learners, that is truly where we are having the greatest impact on our students. If we are trying to do it by the time they're in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, in many cases, those gaps are so wide, all we're doing is trying to maintain. If we can expand, this year we were able to actually increase our number of students at our early learning center through providing a PM opportunity for preschool for all. We also overcame some of our transportation issues, which was a great step forward. But we know right now we do not offer any full day opportunities for our early learners. That is definitely a barrier in our community. And so being able to open up another site may allow us to dream about what could be in terms of community resources and early learning expansion and perhaps some partnerships in our communities. I do want to mention our ELS program, which is currently located at Rupley. And we absolutely, this is a priority for us. This is a group of students who have special needs, who are more significant in their needs, and therefore we actually consolidate them into one school so that we can really maximize how we deliver instruction to them. We are working very closely with our executive director of special education, Dr. Degree, as well as Dr. Ossel. And we also have an ELS representative for ELS and Rupley, who's on our equity task force, because we really want to look at how do we prioritize. So even if we were to move to a K2, 3, 5 model, we want to provide for our ELS program what they need. So it may be we would maintain them in a K-5 setting for some of the programs, such as the Strive program. But in some of the other classrooms, it may be developmentally more beneficial to have them in a K2 or a 3-5 setting. So that is something that we are in close conversations with our staff who teach those students every day. So class sizes, I'm going to pair with this before we jump into the data, because again, our goal is to get that greater balance and consistency of class sizes across all grade levels in our schools. When we see those ranges, we know that the delivery of education does not look the same. If I'm a student in a 9-person classroom in PE class trying to play a game of basketball, it's much more challenging than being in a larger class. So how do we, across all content areas and all learning opportunities, create that greater balance? And then increasing our flexibility for student groupings, as well as how we assign students to teachers from year to year. We also, as we discussed earlier, through our audit process, how we have some classrooms who were not in compliance based on laws related to our dual language classrooms, as well as the balance of students when it comes to students who have IEPs. And so we want to make sure that we're not only able to achieve compliance, but that we really are creating the best learning environments for every child. So now into the data. And Tom is going to tag team with me a little bit here, but what we have put together, and this is much Tom and his team. I want to give a shout out to Kathy Savage as well, who's giving, and Corey, who are both probably watching from home. But when we look at our schools, these are our schools today. And when we look across each of our programs, so the first group is our Gen Ed monolingual. You see the current number of classes. That means the number of classrooms, the number of teachers that students are assigned to. We often refer to those as class sections. So Gen Ed monolingual, Brentwood has 18 in its current configuration. In option A, which the north side of the district, option A or option B would be the same, that number of sections would become 13. Then you look at the dual language one-way Spanish. Here we're going from 5 sections And you'll see 0 in option A because you slide over to the two-way Spanish, and now we have 6 sections of two-way Spanish because we're doing that consolidation. So overall, between Brentwood and Devonshire in a paired model, they're moving from 23 sections at Brentwood and 15 sections at Devonshire to 19 and 21, with maintaining a really comfortable class size, average class size across all of those sections. And you can look across each of these rows to see the 2 pairings where they currently are for each of the programs. And if you look lastly at the Forest View Juliet Low pair, you'll see where the Polish dual language is able to add 1 section per grade level for our Polish dual language. Tom, do you want to add anything about that?
Yeah, I think a few pieces to point out. As anyone who follows us on Twitter, you may have noticed the mobile being moved into the Brentwood community because those 23 there aren't enough classrooms there for the current enrollments. We actually are moving mobiles into both Brentwood and Frost because they've just run out of classrooms to use, and it's based on programming, but enrollment and everything that goes with that. I think the key piece for me is the average class size is maintained pretty much across the board, but we do see really nice balance, 19 and 21, 19 and 18, 22 and 21. And the piece, probably if we could go to the next slide, that this is an actual example. So we're looking at Forest View and Juliet Low, the current. You can see how things currently work out. So at kindergarten at Forest View, we actually added a 3rd section right, I think, a week before school started. So those classes were 26 and 27. Now they're 17 and 18s. But at the same time, 4th and 5th grade that still have 2 sections, they're at 4th grade is at 25 and 26. If 5 kids move into 4th grade at Forest View, 1 teacher is going to get 3 kids, 1 teacher is going to get 2 kids. Juliet Low is even, at least from my perspective, a better example. When you see 1 section at monolingual, any student who moves into that grade level goes into that class. If it's 10 kids, great. Now it's only 11. If it's 27, now it's 28. When we look at what a pairing model can bring to that for monolingual gen ed, we now have 4 and 3 sections at every grade level. So those 10 kids move in and it's 2 to 3 per classroom. Same thing when we look at, we now have partners for our dual language. Many cases at many schools, it's 1 section. Sometimes it's 2, but now we have 2 to 3. And we also then consolidate or move, I should say, the dual language Polish to the north side, still maintaining great class sizes across the board. I think that other piece that was mentioned earlier, you know, when you see an average of 12.3 across 3 sections, that's where those questions of, can you have a school where there are only 10 to 12 kids in a whole grade level? And things that have been real questions for us as a district in some of our smaller schools over time. This gets us to over 300 at each grade, each school, I should say, and a really nice balance across those pieces. That's something, as we've done our research and dug into the numbers, especially this year's, we're seeing pretty consistently across each school pairing where we're getting that balance that, honestly, I've been here a long time. We've been searching for that opportunity for a long time.
So Tom, I'm going to take us down to the next table so we can look at the south end of the district, and then I'll let you walk them through this.
So on the south side, so similar idea, you can see how the current classes fall. You can see at Rupley, we have 6 monolingual to 12 at Claremont. You can see how the dual language, and then really what happens when it accumulates. Again, class size stays pretty consistent, but we get to 24 and 17 to 18 and 19, and 18 and 18. That's option A. Then when we look at option B, you see very similar pieces. So when we talk about planning, coordination, the hiring process, everything, we have lots of consistency across those classrooms, and we're able to maintain that, really, what's been great throughout my time here in the district, great class size across our schools. When we look at an example on the next slide, so this is Byrd current. So Byrd is a school that has, except for 1 class or 1 grade level, has 1 section per grade level, and you can see how that plays out. If you're a 3rd grader at Byrd, good deal. 13 and 14 in a class because we have 2 sections. If you're a 1st grader, it's 25 and 24. So in that piece, if, I'll kind of go back to it. If 4 or 5 kids move in within a single grade level, they have one place to go. You can see then at Claremont how that plays out. That's one of the models that it's 2 and 2. At least you have some more options. Then when we move to the pairing option, we have 3 to 4 sections of Gen Ed monolingual, 2 of dual language Spanish 2-way, and 1 across the board of Spanish 1-way. Again, the class sizes are great. We've got, really nice numbers of 18 and 19 classes across those pieces. Most of our schools have 20 to 23 classrooms. So we still have a place for art and for music and other flexibility. The next sample, I think, is option B. So taking Claremont and Salt Creek, that's a different pairing model. You can see Claremont's the same. You can see how Salt Creek is a 1 to 2 at the Gen Ed monolingual. In most cases, 1 dual language 1-way and 1 to 2 dual language 2 ways. How that shakes out, and then how when it's combined, you've got 2 to 3 to 4 sections across every grade level. And again, great class sizes across the board. So this is current data, and then what happens when we pair it up.
And I think from a logistical perspective, which is the job of the administrative team every year to sit down with our principals and to section out students and to see from a staffing perspective, right now in the current model, the predictability of staffing is very low. And being able to have that consistency over time is something that we want to achieve. We have a number of staff that were required to move this year involuntarily because we had to split sections in certain buildings and consolidate some sections in other buildings because we simply don't have the consistency of numbers year to year to year in order to create what you see over in that paired model, where we're able to keep consistent staffing, which contributes to that part of building that school culture and developing those relationships. So next, we're going to look at our demographic piece. This is something that you're really familiar with seeing previously through all of the options that have been presented prior, where we can see how we go from our current state of imbalance and lack of diversity in some of our schools to a greater balance through some of our paired models. So these are the red, yellow, green charts. I want to just give a reminder. Our green is when our schools are 10% or less different than the district average. We then flag it as yellow if we are between 10 and 15% outside of that average. And then red is when we are 15% or greater compared to those averages. So again, equity is not simply about race and ethnicity, but it is absolutely a part of it when we talk about diversity and inclusion. So when we look at our current status, that is the top chart. That is today's status of District 59. So when you look at some of our schools, now geographic locations of our district absolutely contribute to this. We are not looking to provide an equal number across all of our schools. That's not the goal. But to capture a balance across our schools that are representative of our full community, and not to impede the diversity and inclusion opportunities because of programming. So when we look just in our Hispanic section, we see a range from 16% up to almost 66%. That's just the range. When we look across our white category, we range from 13% to almost 51%. In the paired model, all of those reds turn to green, and we have one yellow that again is somewhat outside the range. It's within that 10 to 15% range, but we get a lot closer to really representing what we are as a community across all of District 59. When we look here at the south side of the district, again, we see those discrepancies. The Hispanic population ranging from 13% upwards to almost 76% at some of our schools. And then over to the white category, we're looking at 19% to almost 78% as our range. When we look to the paired model in both option A and option B on the south end of our district, we are able to turn all green. Now, there was some questions from our community that when we layered in programming, none of this would be possible. This is with all of our programming. This is with K through 8, dual language Spanish at every single site. And noticing as well where our dual language Polish programs are as well. So this is layering in our programming in our current numbers. When we look at our junior highs, again, I'm going to point to this as an example of our current grade level centers. 3 grade bands, 6 through 8. They pull from much larger geographic regions across our district. They are truly representative of District 59 across the whole. And we can see here in the top is our current. In option A, we maintain the green. When we go to option B, which is actually splitting those 2 junior high pathways between Friendship and Holmes, that's where we start to see a little bit of that yellow come into play. And again, that's why we need to review this to determine where are we going to prioritize our decisions. When we look at the additional demographics, because we are not just focused on race and ethnicity, we are also focused in on our multilingual learners, as well as the broad range of our students from different socioeconomic backgrounds, and inclusive of our students who have special needs. When we look at these 3 categories across the top, we see that we have 3 areas of red in our multilingual learners. So we range from 28% upwards to 71%, or sorry, 80% actually at John Jay. And when we look at our socioeconomic status, which again, diversity in this area is very research-based as to the benefits both ends of our spectrum benefit from in terms of diversity and inclusion. We range from about 39% on our low end upwards to over 70% on our high end. When we look at the paired model for our north side, we actually are able to move everyone into the green. This is the south side of the district, same tables. We look across our multilingual learners, we're ranging from 25% upwards to almost 70%. Our socioeconomic status on the low end, 31% to over 74%. And our special education, when you look at Rupley, and that does actually take into account our ELS program, which is housed at Rupley, which would continue to be done in these models. But if you look down at our south side pairings, option A or option B, we're able to move almost everything into the green. We do in the B option, looking at moving our Polish dual language program does shift a little bit of those categories for the multilingual learners in option B. Junior highs, all in the green, as we would expect. They're pulling from a real broad representation of our District 59 community. So when our students come together, this is what they're experiencing. When they're at our elementaries, this is not what they are experiencing. It varies depending on which school they attend. Yet when they transition to 6th grade, they are now introduced to a much more diverse and balanced set of student population. Okay, so enrollment, remember our target goal was to get to at least 300 students so that we could really just run our buildings in an efficient and balanced approach. So enrollment as well as our facility capacity and usage. We spend a lot of time as a board talking about our facilities. And so we want to make sure that we are maximizing the use of those facilities because we are trying to be fiscally responsible and create learning environments that really support our students and their learning. So remember that target was between 60 and 80%. We really want to maintain all school buildings to be open and operating so that we can future-proof. So when we have new developments in our communities where we anticipate an increased number of elementary age students joining us, We want to make sure that we have a balanced school setting and environment so that we can have room to accommodate. I will point back to Tom's example. When we get 10 new students and we only have 2 sections or 1 section, significant impact. When we have 6 or 7 sections, much more evenly distributed with a lot of room where we can still sustain growth or maintain at our current levels. And again, this takes into account repurposing, so still maintaining our schools, all 15, but taking one of them to expand our early learning opportunities. So here's our school utilization chart. I'm going to walk you through the columns just so that you can follow along. You see each of our schools. The first column is the capacity of that school. That is the maximum number of students that that school could house if they were at 100% enrollment. When we look at 22-23 column, we just simply highlighted our elementary schools that are below that 300 target, meaning that we're having to shift some staff. We're having to look at smaller, maybe imbalanced class sizes. It's not quite hitting that level where we want to be. And John Jay just hit over 301. I think there were 299 last week and are now at 301. So now we just graphed it for you so that you could really see enrolled, the utilization at each of those buildings. And you see this year we are ranging from 86% at our high end down to 39% on our low end. Quite the range there. One of the things I want to point out as well is we've seen a decrease in the number of students at Grove for 2 reasons. Number one, we moved the ELS program from Grove to Holmes strategically to offset some of the overcrowding. And number 2, we had a much larger outgoing 8th grade class last year and a much smaller incoming 6th grade class this year. And this is actually very close to the predictions that Cropper had done for us last year. When you look at the next column, it says option A, total enrolled. And when you look there, we're able to hit 300 at every single school for the elementary. Even John Jay's giving us right at that 300. When you look at the utilization, we still see some ranges. We see Juliet Low at 54%, Salt Creek at 53%. Reminders, those are our 2 largest elementary schools. So to get to 60 to 80% within those buildings would be a lot more kids in those schools because they have a significant larger capacity. You could see we have 688 capacity at Juliet Low, and Salt Creek has a capacity of 673. Those are almost sized closer to our junior highs. When we look at option B, if the column is blank, it means the number is same as option A. Option A is the same in option B, except for where it's noted with those new numbers. So in option B, we look at that utilization, which balances out a little bit more towards the green. And again, with a focus on that Friendship and Holmes piece, where we're now splitting between that John Jay and Frost scenario. So this really is allowing us to maintain all of our neighborhood schools, expand the geographic regions from which they pull, and better balance out their utilization across the district. Resource allocation, this is a very specific piece where it's heavily dependent, as we talked about before, which staff work in which building, because it's tied to salaries and our personnel costs. So part of resource allocation is really dependent just on how long we have teachers here and where they stay. But it also is impacted on how we staff year to year and how much we have to move staff from year to year. So we're looking at capitalizing on greater consistency of those staffing assignments from year to year within each of our schools, as well as creating greater availability of those staff resources truly based on student needs. I want to give you a very clear example. We spent a good amount of time with the board talking about our MTSS model and talking about interventions and what I need. So we had a student at one of our schools who, based on the tiers of MTSS within their school, was able to get access to an intervention. When that child now moved to another school in our district just this past couple of weeks, that child now is in a school where they fall lower in those tiered systems and now is not qualifying for an intervention. So that access Regardless of what happens in this plan, I want to be very clear with the board, we have to fix that. So when we have schools that can service students between the 0 to 40th percentile, and then we have some schools who can only service students between the 0 and the 10th percentile, we don't have students, everyone getting what they need. I'll give you another example across TDP, which is an important piece as well. TDP is offered starting in grade 3. We actually don't service students yet in grades K1, 2. They're not identified until 3rd grade. So when you have a TDP teacher, they actually work across 2 different schools because they serve the 3rd through 5th graders in this school, and then they travel, and then they serve the 3rd to 5th graders in this school. In a paired model, they could service all kids within one school. So economy of scale and being able to capitalize on some of those services for all ranges of our MTSS model. As well as looking then at our greater flexibility and equity of the staffing positions, just really being able to staff according to the needs of our students. And again, regardless of the outcome of this recommendation, that is an area that we will continue, which means that we are going to have to look at where staff are currently located, where the needs are, and begin to make those shifts. In a more balanced model, when I have those services, and let's say I'm an interventionist, servicing 6th grade levels versus 3 makes a significant difference in my workday and my expertise. Okay, the last piece, transportation. And I'm probably going to call on Mr. Ludloff to walk us through this transportation piece. Again, I'm going to lay down the expectation that this is this year's data with this year's students. But I want to also let you know, behind the scenes for transportation, every year our transportation department works tirelessly to tweak routes, adjust where pickup sites are, to maximize route times and efficiency. So you put all the numbers into a system, a transportation routing system, and it gives you a very generic routing plan. And then our people take that and individualize it to maximize our busing. So right now, we took all these numbers and plopped them into option A and option B. These have not been tweaked or maximized in order to really capture the full advantage of what I know our department could do if this were to happen. So I'm going to take us into our data and let Mr. Ludloff walk us through.
So this is our current, it's from a couple weeks ago. We worked with the transportation department and basically pulled all the data out and then tried to organize it. So what you'll see is walkers. You see by building how many walkers, kids who are not eligible for the bus. They might get a ride in different ways, but basically you can see the swing across the district from 50 kids walking or in the close proximity to 200 plus kids walking. You can see how that then flows into transportation. We have 80% of the kids on the bus to 30% of the kids on the bus. Obviously, in District 59, being in a pretty highly populated area, there are many kids who live quite close within that 1.5 miles, I believe it is, who could walk but would have to cross a busy street. So many kids are eligible who are close by, but you could see how that goes. You could see then how many buses we have currently, and then the average route time. So we range from, it looks like the low at the elementary is about 17 minutes average for Devonshire to a high of 54 for John Jay. Just to highlight that, digging deeper into the data, that higher number, John Jay only has 2 buses. So you'd wonder how the reality is that we bring in kids from the friendship cluster to participate in the 2-way dual language program. That's the longest bus ride. So they basically, any kid in that who's chosen to be in that program then rides the bus first to the Forest View area, then on to the Frost area, then on to Devonshire, then on to Brentwood. You can also see the high-low ranges. So we have less than 10 minutes kids are on the bus on average, basically, within that school, and then a high range of almost an hour. One thing that, I should have known this, but I realized going through this process, the longer routes really are related to lots of stops. The farther away kids live, they actually are mostly point to point. They get on the bus, they go to where their stop is, they get off. Those routes are 20, 30 minutes. It's when you have 17 stops and you're the last kid off. That's how that starts to get impacted. You can see how that then flows to the junior high in a very similar way. As we expand that region, more and more kids need to be bused. Then the number of buses increase. But again, pretty consistent in the average times. And you can see the ranges from a low of 10 to a high of 55 across those. And you can see the averages, how that shakes out. The next slide really then is what we've been trying to do is get kids into this pairing model. And what does that mean? So this top one is elementary. This is the current. And in option A, you can see, yes, there's a shift. We're right about 40 to 60% between walkers and bus riders. It's more like 75 to 25. You can see how that flows. What you can see, what we're seeing anyway, is the average route time is cut just about in half. In the low range to the high range, which makes sense. If I'm going from Juliet Low to Forest View, that's about 1.2 miles. That's a pretty short run versus if I'm like that example for John Jay, going from John Jay to Brentwood. Option B for elementary, you can see how the percentages shake out. The average route time, the median, we use that because that's the middle time. And then you can see from 4 to 36. So some longer times to some very, very short times. The junior high, we have the current again, then how that flows. It stays pretty consistent as you would expect it to be. And then the overall district averages. So again, we're seeing about time cut in half, as Dr. Bresnahan pointed out. This is just putting the data into the system and letting the system run the routes. Mary Gonzalez in our transportation department does a great job of modifying to make it better. We would assume it would make it better, but in the end, our routes stay just about the same.
All right. So as we said before, those 7 areas really culminate in what we anticipate and what we know and what we are constantly striving for. Again, even outside of anything talking about school pairings or anything else, we are driven to ensure that our students have access to what they need in order to be successful. So what we know as educators is that when we're able to provide greater amounts of small group instruction, we have increased access for our students to the interventions that they need. When we have those opportunities for teachers to collaborate and become curriculum area experts with their grade level peers, when we know that we have access to programming, not a forced choice, when we have access to programming to better meet student needs, creating the curriculum, programming, and staffing based on the developmental needs of our students, and a continued focus on our social and emotional skill development and social awareness across greater opportunities for diversity and inclusion. Those are research-based facts that we know will lead to greater student improvement and achievement across those areas. So curriculum is a piece that is working independently and outside of this. We have made great strides in our math curriculum. We are continuing our focus this year on our literacy development. We also have our teachers working across science and social studies, our fine arts programs. We are constantly evaluating and improving our curriculum. That is a core focus for us and has been since day one of my time here. So that is going to continue to happen, again, regardless of the plan that's chosen. But what we hope to create is opportunities where a family who lives in a neighborhood does not have to choose between getting the bilingual services that they qualify for and staying in their neighborhood school. When we look at the number of declinations of services, because it's a forced choice that many of our families have to make, that impacts that child's ability to learn within a classroom. And we know as educators that when the child next to me is getting what they need, my learning improves. So the hope is that we improve it for everyone, not just some, not taking from some to give to others, but to really take the resources that we are rich in District 59 and put them into a structure that allows for sustainability, predictability, and applying research-based best practices that we know drive student achievement. So right now, we have not made any decisions. The board has not made any decisions. This is your first opportunity as a board to hear this information and to collectively discuss this information in public. This is not something that you as a board have had the opportunity to discuss as a group prior to this. Our original timeline is that we will hold this meeting tonight. We have our next equity task force meeting and then looking for an anticipated vote on November 14th of 2022. What has not been decided, but has been discussed, and this took place at the equity task force on Thursday night. We've also had conversations with our building level leadership team, is when do we implement this if it should move forward? Do we feel the sense of urgency that we need to do it sooner rather than later? Or do we also recognize that as an organization, we need to make sure that we have what we need in place before we take that step forward? And I will say from the equity task force, both sides of that coin were shared and discussed on Thursday night. Some are really, these were the considerations that were presented to the team. What have our students already experienced due to the pandemic? How has the pandemic impacted different groups of students? So what inequities are most urgent that we need to work on now? How much can our school system manage at one time? But how long are we able to sustain what we're currently doing, knowing those 8 areas that are already underserving portions of our community? So that is for further discussion tonight with the board as well, and as we lead towards a final recommendation. So the next steps are for our equity task force to have its final meeting on Monday, October 3rd, which is next week. We will follow that with our regularly scheduled October meeting of the board on October 10th, where we hope to bring forward a recommendation of a full plan. Then have those opportunities to be able to share out with our community and staff a presentation of that plan across our communities. And then with the final board meeting on Monday, November 14th, where we would anticipate board action. With that, I know we are going to pause after the presentation for public comment, and then the board will engage in questions and discussion.
Randy, is it possible that we could get some chairs in here? Some of these people have been standing for an hour and a quarter. We need another 20 chairs. Is there somebody who can do that? Could you go and see if, could somebody go and see if there's a,
There's an overflow room set up, Mardell.
Pardon me?
There's an overflow room set up where the video cameras, where the TV's on, they can watch via. I think people want to watch it live. Okay. Item 5.0, comments and suggestions from the public. Before we begin, I have something to read. This is the point of the meeting where we welcome public comments. Tonight is a regularly scheduled Board of Education business meeting. The purpose of the meeting is for board to properly address the items on the agenda publicly as required by the Open Meetings Act. To allow the board time needed to address all agenda items, we ask you to please limit your comments to 3 minutes. A board member will serve as timekeeper and will give the speaker notice when there are 30 seconds remaining to allow speaker time to complete or summarize their thoughts. Public comment during the business meeting is a time for the board to listen to comments from the public. But this is not a time for two-way discussion between the board and the public. Please understand the board will not answer questions. If you have questions or wish to have a response to any item, please submit your comments in writing and the superintendent will follow up with a response. We also want to remind those in attendance that this meeting is being video live streamed. The video of this meeting will also be archived and available for viewing after the meeting has adjourned. For those of you sharing a public comment, please be mindful that you're being broadcast live and your comment will also be included in the video archive. With that, we'll be limiting public comment to 1 hour. We do have 21 people signed up to speak to us. So some of these speakers may take less. So we ask that if you have something to say, we ask that you be brief and allow others to speak. With that, I will be calling up. Yeah. So actually, that's my vice president made a suggestion. I will call the first name and the second name, and so the second person's ready to speak right after the first person. So that way we can make sure we get as many people speaking as possible. So with that, I want to call up Laura, and if I pronounce your name wrong, I'm sorry, Laura Navarez and Melissa Redmond.
So for each person, I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and then when your time is up. And please be respectful so that everyone who would like to speak has a chance to speak. So go ahead.
Yeah, please make sure you speak loudly and into the microphone too, so
There we
everyone
go.
can hear. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Laura Navarez. I currently have a child in first grade at Claremont and an incoming kindergartner next year. From a demographic standpoint, I think that the data the board receives is skewed. My children are half Hispanic, and often we are forced to choose one box that doesn't adequately represent who they are. I know we're not the only family that struggles when it comes to checking just one box. These results do not show true accuracy on paper, nor does it encompass a child completely. As an educator and a parent, I understand that equity is very important, not only within our community, but the country as a whole. In my professional career, I served as a special education teacher for Tier 2-3 students. I know firsthand what support systems are needed for individuals that fall below the line. A MacArthur data study is quoted saying, moves to a new school are stressful to children and disrupting their academic skills as well as emotional functioning. If grade level centers are implemented, my first grader, for example, by third grade will have gone to 3 different schools in 4 years. Between COVID and school pairings, that is too many transitions to go through in one district. Will those resources for the students who are already underperforming now go to new students who are dealing with the massive changes the district wants to make? Grade level centers will force about 4,500 students to go through these changes. Will there be supports in place to help the transitions, or will support services still remain allocated as a wait and see if the child acts out or doesn't show enough growth to qualify for those supports? Or will the burden fall upon the teachers and support staff? Have you considered how many families who not only have to put their children in before or after care, but pay for it now because they can't get to multiple schools or bus stops on time? Our district is in good financial standings. Why is there such an urgency to vote on these grade level standards by November? This has not been given enough time before more careful study can be done. Wouldn't implementing a consistent core curriculum increase the large disparity of curriculum scores? Why is this not the top priority? Why are we just moving buildings around to average out the scores of children? If we want to truly be equitable, shouldn't the main focus be to financially and educationally support individual children who need the extra assistance and not turn the whole district upside down? Please vote no on this proposal moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Redmond. I have 3 kids at Bird School and 2 kids at Grove. My oldest will go to high school next year. And I just don't understand why you're pushing this so hard. You're a good saleswoman, and I don't understand what's going on. But I don't think there's a lot of honesty and transparency to the community. In fact, from an outside view, for people who don't understand education, it sounds wonderful, sounds great, sounds amazing. But when you're actually involved in it, or you're a teacher, you see so many issues that is not being communicated on the news, in the newspaper, and it's a major concern. And I feel like that you're lying to the community, that you think switching these to pairing schools is going to fix all the problems that the district created years ago with the current administration and the previous administration. For example, lack of curriculum, don't have any. Student achievement, where was all the test scores to determine if a child was high or low, or the MTSS that you guys say about now. There's a lack of resources. Kids aren't getting what they need. This has been going on forever and ever, and our special ed kids. And I'm sorry, but this Cropper thing that you're using, they're going to tell you what you want to hear. You're paying them, they're going to tell you what you want to hear. Just like everything else. Data could be finagled to show what you want it to show. That's the biggest issue. For example, where's the data to show that we need all these dual language programs in every single school? Are you trying to make the district be a total dual language district? And why are you trying to mess with the Polish community and have them all be separated? And with the busing, I still don't believe the data. I think the kids are going to be on the bus a lot longer because you're going to have half the district being bused. So I don't think that's accurate numbers whatsoever. And where do you see a need for another preschool? I mean, are you trying to get rid of the Hantdorf Center? I mean, do you really need another preschool to fill a whole entire building? Why don't you if you say of all these empty classrooms, why don't you take some of those classrooms and put the preschool there? That I don't understand why, if you have empty rooms, be creative. But it seems like there's no creativity. Also, where is the data from districts that have implemented this and their test scores have gone up? We don't see that. I know your previous district has done this. Where is the data for that? I don't see any. How do we know test scores are going to go up? How do we know students are going to be happy? We don't see any of that. You talk about inclusion. At Bird School, they have had the Spanish kids separated ever since my kids have started going there. Why is that? I don't know. Then at Grove, it's
30
okay for them to be
seconds.
together? I don't get that either. And you're saying teachers won't be transferred? I'm sorry, I'm a teacher. It doesn't matter if they're in the K2 building or 3-5 building. They will be moved. Trust me, they will. They're upon you, move them where you need them. So if you have a lot of kindergartners, a secondary teacher is going to be moved to kindergarten. If you have need work in the intermediate building, they're going to be moved. So that is a misconception. Also, curriculum. If you have a kid who's in second grade and they're performing at a 5th grade level, where's all those materials going to come from? You're not going to have them at the lower levels.
Time.
So these are things you need to think about. One last
Nicole
thing,
Kissinger.
leave our kids alone.
Thank you. Paul Redmond, you'll be next speaking next.
All right, so I was going to go a different way with this, but I'm going to start. The button is on. So can you hear me? All right. Can you hear me now? Okay, great. All right, so I'm going to start with a teacher survey. I'm sure that a lot of you have heard of. We created an anonymous survey for teachers to talk about how they feel about these changes. You can access it on our CCSD59 families group on Facebook, or you can email me personally or call me and I'll give it to you too. 14 teachers before I left my house had participated in this survey. 2 of them are for the pairings. The other 12 were not. I received 2 emails while I was driving here from 2 other parents who are not for teachers who are not for these pairings. I think you as a board need to step up and talk to the teachers and the educators and the staff in our building and see what they think. Because I'll tell you right now that the majority of them are not for it. So I would like to go through a couple of areas of concern that I believe most parents are feeling. The concern that grade level centers will have overlaps in family involvement from campus to campus. In an evaluation done of the dual language program that was completed in December 21, 3 focus groups were made up of administrators, teachers, and parents. The parent focus group information was gathered over 2 scheduled interview dates. The original date was scheduled for October 27th, with only 9 parents attending the English session and 6 attending the Spanish session. At request by the board, a second interview date was set for December 14th due to poor distribution of notice to parents throughout the district. That sounds familiar to me. Poor distribution of notice. Half of our parents in this district did not even know that these changes were being proposed. At the December meeting, 13 parents participated in the English session and 0 in the Spanish session. Because this interview date was scheduled concurrently to literacy night and parents attended one or the other. It isn't equitable to those parents who had to choose to participate in an important interview session regarding their child's education, where they could give feedback about said program or choose to attend literacy night. Another parent gave an example that the bilingual parent advisory committee meeting was scheduled the night before, but was poorly advertised and attendance was low, which points to another concern of a lot of parents. Grade level centers will create situations of scheduling overlaps in family involvement from campus to campus, which the superintendent deems a misperception about
30
school
seconds.
pairings. This is happening now. There are families within the district who do not know the changes being proposed. Please give them more time to learn and voice their opinion about the future of their child's current school changing. Save pairings for later. When you have more information to share with us, right now it would be a Band-Aid and it's going to fall off and we're going to bleed out as a district if we implement these changes now.
Thank you. Paul Redman.
My name is Paul Redman. I have 5 kids in the district, 2 at Grove, 3 at Bird. My question is, what's stopping the district from putting all the special ed kids in one building, all the high kids in another building, so you eat places in one place? What's stopping you guys from moving the special ed kids around and pimping them out like they did in the 80s, like me in the 80s? Oh, you're in special ed, you go from this building, then take the bus to this building, and a bus to this building to get to your school. What's stopping this pairing happening like that? Obviously nothing, because no one's got data until today. What took so long for the superintendent to get you the data, or us the data? What took so long? It seems like to me you're hiding something. What are you hiding? Your goal? Which one of you board members or a superintendent is a family that works for this group you hired? It's Chicago. Who knows what happens? Why would my kid from Bird go to Claremont, drive past the school to get to another school? That seems silly. That's ridiculous. And then enrollment down, there's no data. Enrollment's down because test scores down. All our buildings are failing. That's due to no curriculum, which has been going on from Dr. Fessler. And who knows what's going on nowadays? No one knows because data is not being shared by the parents. And your equity board, 2 parents on this committee, why when there 2 parents per school? It seems like the parent side of your committee was lacking. You had more of your people that work for you to say yes to you. Why weren't there more parents involved? Or superintendents of the board meeting or the board on this committee? Seems like you handpicked your employees. Where's my other note? What's stopping the special ed kids being moved around? My kid has special needs. It took him up to 6th grade to get the Wilson reading program he needs. Up to 6th grade. And we have been asking since kindergarten to get these programs in place. But it took the board and the school up to 6th grade to get these in. After asking and asking and asking. What is going on with this? Why isn't these programs being offered? Why isn't testing for these programs being done in kindergarten? No one answers these questions. So I believe the school board and the superintendent's goal is to stay on the board and not give data to the parents. It seems you guys are hiding something. I can't wait to find out what you're hiding.
Thank you. Tim Burns. Then Sarah Dizak.
So push green line. Okay. I'm going to bifurcate my comments and make one general comment and then a second smaller comment with the last 30 seconds. To date, the district has not yet sent any form of survey to the current parents whose children live within close distances of their current primary school and do not have to traverse a hazardous intersection to get to school. These children would be considered new busers in a pairing model, and the district has no viable way to determine how many of these kids would choose to take a bus aside from directly asking them. A computer model cannot predict human behavior, and this is why you need to ask parents how they would get their kids to school and if you have the capacity to support it. Without having this information, the district is not able to reasonably project how school pairing will impact the status of bus services, which may indeed impact School District 214 as well. To this end, the parents have been asking questions that have been largely dismissed and ignored, which can best be described as brass tacks. They want to know times. They want to know stops. This is too much of a variable to say we'll deal with it after the fact. The parents, as board members, you owe the parents full information about the brass tacks of bus stops, where they will be located, how many stops per route, and what the time will be to begin their day before you vote on this. That's too large of a variable. Is the board truly going to consider taking a vote on this issue in November without even asking parents how they will get their kids to school in this new model, and whether the district has the capacity to support this, and at what cost during what has been described as the most dire school busing crisis faced in over 30 years? Many professional educators like myself living in the community have come to the fearful realization that this current generation of kids are being willingly sacrificed at the altar of Dr. Bresnahan's imaginary future educational utopia where everything is rosy and perfect. And of course, all parental concerns are melted away with a straight to Netflix quality video produced jointly by Cropper and the administration and paid for by the taxpayers of this district. I will bifurcate my comment. Should option B be implemented? I cannot speak for anyone else, but we reserve the right as Bird parents, if Bird is closed and kids have to get onto a bus and go east, we reserve the right to pursue annexation into Schaumburg School District 54 and get on a bus heading west.
Anne Marie Mackey.
Hi, my name's Sarah Zach. I'm a resident of Elk Grove. I'm a former public school teacher, and my son starts kindergarten in District 59 next year. Hi, Lincoln. Members of the board, I am here again to implore you not to approve any equity plan that effectively closes Ridge School, the top performing elementary school in our district. I believe that many facets of the proposed school pairing plan will create a more equitable district. However, the decision to repurpose Ridge School will be counterproductive and detrimental to our district, our community, and our students. So far, I haven't heard any adequate rationale for closing Ridge. School closings are most often associated with a failure of some kind, failing test scores, failing teachers, failing budgets. None of these things are happening at Ridge. In all of my years as a student and as an educator in the public school system, I have never heard of a school closing that is performing this well. I think parents will support most changes that will improve our schools. But as we are all aware, real change takes time. Personnel will need to be moved and probably moved around again. The same is true of students. And the kids will have difficulty adjusting to new buildings, policies, staff, resource allocations, bus routes, start times, etc., etc., etc. And before your school ratings have a chance to go up, they will go down. You will then have to explain to the taxpayers why you closed their best performing school while their property values decrease, and they wonder why they're pouring money into a district that fails to meet state standards. During this district-wide upheaval, you may want to have at least one school that is succeeding. Let that school be Ridge. The proposed plan also indicates that Ridge might be repurposed as an ELC to narrow achievement gaps. However, you don't need to close a successful school in order to do this. We have room to house preschool students in some of the neighborhood schools or by reallocating space in some of the buildings that are currently being underutilized, like the admin center. Another idea might be to build a new free preschool on the east side of town, specifically geared toward giving monolingual Spanish-speaking students the opportunity to learn English at ages 3, 4, and 5. This would be a great investment in kids and would help the district's test scores down the line. If Ridge has a diversity problem, let's figure out how to do more outreach to marginalized communities and get more kids enrolled. If transportation is a barrier to entry, let's figure out busing and carpooling.
30 seconds.
These are all conquerable issues. Let's not fix a successful school by shutting it down. And members of the board, we elected you because we believed in you. And we believed that you would represent us. The community does not want this plan to move forward. So please represent the community that you serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Claudia Garwitz is next. Claudia will be speaking next. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Anne Marie Mackey, and I have been a resident of Elk Grove for 8 years. I currently have a 4-year-old who I was very excited to send to Ridge next year, and our daughter in a few short years after that. Our homeschool is Bird, but the balanced calendar is what attracted us to Ridge. As far as I'm aware, there are no other schools in District 59 with this calendar, and it sounds like the plan is to do away with this type of school year. In both of the current proposals, my school of choice or homeschool is option to be closed or repurposed. I've heard so many positive stories about the K-5 programs that we have in our district and the interaction between all of the age ranges and grade levels. As I think through what the future looks like, it makes me sad to think that my children will never be in the same school with the proposed grade level centers. I understand that we may be achieving some economies of scale, but at what cost to our student and their social environments? The proposed pairings are diluting our high-performing schools, but how is that creating equity in our district? This does not address the root cause of the inequity, only places a Band-Aid on the problem. What happens when the high-performing schools' scores drop and the lower performers stay the same? Or worse, they decline more. I'm sure I'm echoing others in this room who want to see more data that supports this change and the resulting outcome. Are grade level centers just a fad? Will the board regret an approval in 3 to 5 years? Something else that I've heard in the proposed changes will help with family engagement. How? We have a lot of parents involved at some schools, so again, we're just redistributing, and now we will have some engagement across all schools. Lastly, I am not sure who moderates the school media pages for this district, but they recently posted an annual tradition that was established at Ridge. I did comment on it, and was very quickly, they turned the commenting off on the post. So while I appreciate that my comment was not deleted, it seems that someone is trying to stop the conversation about keeping the school open from happening. It feels like the decision is being made in haste so that parents are unaware until it is too late. Please consider holding off on approving this plan until it can be vetted completely. Thank you.
Deb Banky.
All right. Hi, my name is Claudia. I'm a mother of 3 girls and 2 are school aged. I live in Elk Grove Village. My kids belong to Rupley, but they attend Claremont for the Polish program. It's important for me that my children speak both Polish and English. The dual language programs offered by District 59 in Elk Grove Village are such a blessing for families like mine. There's no such other program in America such as this, making Elk Grove a hotspot for Polish families. I'm a nurse practitioner and I work in a safety net hospital in Chicago's Lawndale neighborhood. It's an area predominantly populated with underserved Hispanic and Black people. I understand why equity and diversity is important. I see it every single day. I understand the drive behind this new proposed changes to our school system, but let's stop and evaluate some key points. I believe in science and looking at data from an objective point of view. The data that is the drive for these proposed changes was collected during the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has affected all of us in some way, and these were not normal times. I believe we should recollect the data, looking at a time frame when school functions are back to normal. Secondly, I do not have the answer for this, but I question how the data was presented and collected. If you look on page 1 of the packet I handed out, data shows that Claremont students are 78% white. Are we including the Polish program in this data? Because Polish people are white. Is the data including the Spanish program at Byrd, which shows Hispanic population at 71%? Hispanics are Hispanic. So this data is not accurate if we're including our special programs. Additionally, parents in Elk Grove Village have the ability to request lateral transfers. If they want their kids to attend a different school within Elk Grove Village boundaries, they can apply for this transfer. This will skew the data as well. Maybe we should look at diversity data based on kids' homeschool, or at least excluding the special programs. This decision to break up the school is so disruptive in the lives of our children. My daughter will be separated from her 2 younger sisters, and what a comfort it is to have your siblings at school. If you look on page 2, you will see District 59 ethnicity is very diverse, with 42% Hispanic, 38% white, 3% Black. If you look on page 3, you will see that Mount Prospect and Elk Grove Village are mostly white, 73% for Mount Prospect, 80% for Elk Grove Village. These are some things to consider when looking
30 seconds.
How diverse our schools are in comparison to diverse community. So if you look on page 5, looking at our superintendent's past history in District 87 Berkeley. In 2015, when she started, 37.5% of the kids were at target. By the time she left, 0% kids were at target. This means that the system she's trying to introduce does not work.
Time is up.
I ask that you involve
Time is up.
Okay.
Thank you. Maura Hernandez is on deck.
I don't think they heard.
Deb, you're no.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know if they heard. who's up after me. Deb Benke, can you guys hear me? I was previously here as a task force rep. Tonight, I am speaking as a parent. I'm going over 3 minutes as well. This is my family story. We have 4 kids. We have 3 boys and a girl. Our younger 2 are 1st and 4th graders at Ridge. Our daughter is in 7th grade at Grove. Our oldest graduated Elk Grove High School this past June. We've had at least 1 child attending Ridge since 2009. I have 7 more years with having a child in District 59. Today, this afternoon, on the way home, I heard my boys talking about school, how great Ridge is and how great their teachers are. Our 9-year-old was explaining to our 6-year-old how their older brother and sister had the same teachers from kindergarten each year. They had the same kindergarten teacher. They had the same 1st grade teacher. They had the same 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Our 6-year-old said to our 9-year-old, "I can't wait to be in 4th grade to have your same teacher." I didn't have it in my heart to tell him that may not be a possibility. I kept my mouth shut and hid my tears from them. Over the last few weeks, I've been researching the evidence behind grade level campuses. The majority of them that work are in small districts, rural areas with less diverse areas, and it's been done to be cost effective. None of that matches District 59. We are very diverse. We have a lot of schools. We got a lot of money. This is from the Daily Journal and Kankakee. And I'm just reading out quotes from these articles I found. However, the analysis concludes with research suggesting there isn't a relationship between class sizes and student achievement. Similar to most research on education, the study argues that student achievement is most closely linked to the quality of teachers and the extra supports they receive. This is also from tnfonline.com. It's an international journal of research, policy, and practice for school effectiveness and improvement. This is from volume number 31, dated 2020, issue number 12. It talks about grade configuration associated with school level standardized test rates for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. Educators and researchers have long debated the configuration for middle grade. Study examined school level differences in reading and mathematics standardized test practices, pass rates. Hold on. I'm still going. The study examined school level differences in reading and mathematics standardized test pass rates. Students placed in middle schools versus alternative grade configurations. Latent grade growth modeling was conducted separately for 6th and 7th and 8th
Maura
grade.
Hernandez.
I will
Thank you,
take
Deb.
somebody else's time. Latent growth modeling was conducted
signed up?
separately for 6th, 7th, and 8th grades across 3 level
Maura
sampling
Hernandez, please.
period. 6th grade pass rates were significantly higher in elementary schools than middle school for reading and math.
Deb, so everyone can have a chance to speak. Please, you can please
I'm
share this
taking other
information with the
minutes.
community,
7th
with the board,
grade
if you'd like
pass
us to have
rates.
it, please.
There is no conclusive evidence that grade level centers work.
Thank you.
Period.
Daisy Stamos will be next.
Good evening. My name is Mariana Hernandez. I am a single mother of 2 middle schoolers. I'm Latina, I'm Hispanic, I'm Puerto Rican, and I'm here to speak in favor of the equity journey. My children have been a part of the District 59 since December 2017. 3 months after Hurricane Maria, and I'll try to go through this without crying, but 3 months after Hurricane Maria hit our home and our island. The day after the hurricane, in the midst of the most deafening silence, the sound voice of a man came through our radio station, the only one standing, and said that everything was down. Healthcare was down. The power plants were down. Water was down. Communication was down. The education system was down because the schools were on the floor. The airport was down, was closed. My next thought was about my then almost 6 and 6-year-old kids. I went to my parents' room and I told them the kids have to go. It was the fastest decision that I have ever made, the most certain decision I have ever made, the hardest decision of my life. They told me not to jump the gun and to wait to see what would happen, but I knew. And so when their father was finally able to get a call through, I immediately told him, you have to take them. See, education is at the core value of our family, as is the case from what I have witnessed in the homes of many of the families in this room tonight. We come from a long line of doctors, educators, lawyers, and business people. My kid's father has a master's degree in business in technology management, and I also have a master's degree in counseling, mental health counseling. So we do whatever is necessary to ensure that our kids have the
30
best
seconds.
education and opportunities available to them. And that's the thing, is that it's the ones available to them, the opportunities that are available to them. And so as I look at the data provided through the audit, it confirmed my suspicions of disparity and segregation, even within the schools. I would ask questions at home, such as, are all your classmates Spanish speaking? Are there any other Puerto Ricans kids there?
Time
Are
is
there
up.
any Black?
Thank you.
I will submit this to you.
Appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daisy Stamos, and then Nico Velita will be next. Is Daisy here to speak? Daisy Stamos, and then Nico Velita will be next. Okay, if you want to bring up Nico, go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Nico Valeta, and I'm a third grader at Robert Frost. Did you know that this is the first normal school year I ever had? During kindergarten, my year was cut short because of COVID. During first grade, most of my learning was done on computer. During second grade, everyone had to wear masks. Research tells us when students are too stressed, they cannot learn. We also know strong relationships can help guard the effects of stress. Children need to feel safe and feel a sense of connection in order to learn. And what about social emotional learning, which is supposed to come first? We know that COVID had a negative effect on student growth and learning, but here we are creating a place of instability on purpose. This is the first normal year I've ever had, and the district wants to change that next year. I am not okay with that. Please keep schools K through 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. Valeria Rodriguez. Is Michelle back there? Melissa.
Hello, my name is Melissa Tejeda. I'm one of the community outreach specialists of District 59. I am speaking on behalf of a parent who could not make it today. So her letter reads, "My name is Valeria Rodriguez, and I have 3 daughters, 2 that attend Bird and 1 that attends Rupley in the ELS program. My family moved to Blackhawk Mobile Homes 2 years ago. I'm a part of the Equity Task Force Committee, and I would like to share my thoughts about the equity journey. When I first heard about the proposed plans, I was against the idea because I did not want my daughters to be separated and to attend different schools. As I've learned more about the why behind this vision, I saw the benefits it will bring for the students and staff in the long run. The fact that my students will receive an education in smaller class sizes outweighs the concern of having my daughters in multiple schools. I also support the idea of providing interventions and support to the students that need it the most, and for more teacher collaboration. I keep an open mind and remind myself that the force behind this is to ensure that all students, especially the ones that need it the most, receive the necessary tools to be successful. I would like to welcome the rest of the parents and families to do the same and to help spread the word on the why behind this matter. Thank you for your time."
Thank you. Robert Nauman, and then Michelle Yanong will be next.
My name is Robert Nauman. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me better now? My name is Robert Nauman. My wife and I live in the district, live in Elk Grove Village. We have 3 children, one of whom just recently entered Elk Grove High School, and one is at Grove, and one is at Salt Creek. So I can assure you the difficulty of 3 kids in 3 schools is acute. However, we've had all of our children come up through District 59. I'm a almost 20-year resident of the village, and other than a few years where I took my wife away, she is a over 40-year resident of the village and of the district. And we're very, very familiar with the history, not only of this administration, the prior administration, and many administrations before some of you lived in the district. Before I get started, it's sometimes difficult to understand from a group this size, and since we only have 20 speakers, exactly where people stand, and there may be some confusion. So I'm curious, just by a raise of hands, how many people are opposed to the pairings? That's pretty profound. Is anybody in favor of the pairings that's here tonight? Okay, yes, I heard from you. Okay. Sometimes it can be a little bit misleading when you see a crowd like this and you only have 20 people speaking, that maybe there's certain percentage or something, but I think it's pretty clear where people stand on this issue. One of the biggest concerns I've had in looking at the data that you guys have presented, or rather that Cropper has presented, the district has presented to you the last few meetings, is there's such an emphasis on racial and ethnicity differences, right? And tonight we had a little nod of the hat to English acquisition, multilingual language or multilingual families and socioeconomic positions. Although those statistics were difficult to understand, and I'll ask a question about that later. But why the emphasis on racial and ethnic differences? Why is it that if we think that people are not getting the same opportunities, that they're not performing as well, that we have certain schools that aren't performing as well as other schools, why are we focused on whether those students are Black or Asian or Hispanic? Are those the issues that are causing people to underperform? I would suggest to you that socioeconomic status, for example, or maybe the multilingual family that has only recently arrived in the United States, those 2 factors weigh much more heavily than whether somebody is merely Hispanic or Black or Asian, right? So, for example, if there's a Hispanic
30
family
seconds.
that has $250,000 of income and they've been in this country for 6 generations, are their students performing as poorly as the 2 parents who are making minimum wage and just arrived to this country? So we should focus our resources on early language acquisition, giving kids quick entry into English language learning so they can perform well on English tests. I don't think that what you're doing is well thought out, and it's unfortunately we only have 3 minutes to respond. Unfortunately, I have all respect for Dr. Bresnahan, but she had an hour to present her case. We only get 3 minutes to respond. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, vote no.
Michelle Young, Y-A-N-O-N? How do you pronounce it? I'm sorry. And then Natalie will be on next.
It's Michelle Yanong.
Yanong? Okay.
Yeah. So I had not planned a formal written speech or anything like that today. So what I'm going to be commenting on are just the notes that I took during Mrs. Bresnahan's presentation. I'm a mom of a third grader at Frost. And actually, aside from that, equity is really a life mission for me. I'm a multilingual education consultant that works at a nonprofit. Our work is with programs and districts across the state to ensure access to all learners. Equity is also something that I want in my community. It's why we moved here. It's what I sought. My son is biracial, my family is bilingual, and diversity at Robert Frost is really rich. While I'm actually, as a professional, not opposed to grade level centers, and I do understand scalability, I really encourage the board to think about and determine the degree of the positive impacts that the pairing of each pairing would create versus the challenges that could be created when upheaving children, families, and community from their neighborhood schools. What degree are the positive changes that we would be looking at? And I would love for those to be really worked out in detail. There are still a lot of variables that don't walk us through how we get from A to B. And the degree of positive change. So tonight was my first chance to see some of that degree of positive change. And as I look at the utilization and just think about my neighborhood, Frost and Jay, Frost is already in the green when we look at utilization. We move from 67% to 65% utilization. So from 335 students to 322. J, 71% utilization to 71%. There's not a whole lot of positive impact there. As we look at transportation, right now, our kids get out in the fresh air, they walk to school, they talk with each other. And as a community, we get to know each other as families across racial, ethnic, and language lines. We have still a lot of work to do there, just even
30
in one
seconds.
community. But right now, Frost is 68% walk, 32% bus. That would change almost completely the opposite way. 3/4 of our students would, if those percentages in fact do exist. I also encourage the board to push for an extended timeline for change. As Nico said, this is the first ever that made me cry, the first ever real year. And I encourage you to give them more of these regular years in the years ahead.
Thank you. Natalie Pikersgill? Natalie Pikersgill? Pikersgil? Okay. Andy or Audie Etrew, ETREWBAL? Is it Andy or Audrey? I can't. This one's the next one, Rolf. Rafal, ROF, RAF. Sorry, can you say your name for us? Okay, thank you.
I have a kid in the kindergarten at the Frost. I have another 2-year-old at home, and when it happened to have an opportunity to see each other at the school halls, so that's big for me. So just people know there.
Thank you. Byron Behrens.
Hello, my name is Brian Behrens. I have 4 kids enrolled in District 59, 2 at Ridge and 2 at Grove. I was invited to be part of the task force meeting last week. Thank you to Deb. In the meeting, a lot of data and research was given to explain why pairing is a great option and the most equitable solution. And while listening and absorbing the info, I can see how this might benefit the district. Who can argue when it's all in the name of equity? So before anyone votes on what option to choose, I want to voice my opinion and hope to raise some additional questions. The information provided on pairing is all research based on forecasted data. There is no proof that pairing works. There is no proof that this will benefit our children. Sure, on paper it looks good and equitable, but there is no evidence it works. I do know that around 65 districts out of the 774 are using the pairing model. I pulled up facts for standardized test scores from District 87, the last district that Dr. Terry Bresnahan was superintendent for, and switched to the pairing model. If you look at the standardized test scoring, they have declined year over year. This can be attributed to the proof that a transition from school to school is stressful for students, and there is an initial decline in academic achievement. Adding another transition from second to third grade, all while our kids are still healing from the pandemic, will not benefit our kids academically. Last but not least are the teachers. I'm fighting for the few years left that my kids will have in the district, but what about the teachers? What do they think about the journey and the options? They are the ones who we trust to educate and mentor our children 7+ hours a day. Their input and vote matters more than myself as a parent. My children will be out of the district long before they are. If the majority are not in agreement with pairing and repurposing, then how will that impact our kids and the future of District 59? So please consider these thoughts. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Ryan Buckler. Mimosa Uno will be next.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter. Hi, my name is Ryan Buckler. I have 3 kids in the district, 2 at Salt Creek and 1 at Grove Junior High. And I did speak at the last meeting, and I wanted to continue some of those comments. So first of all, in regard to the proposed plan to make Ridge or Bird School into a preschool, is there data to support the need for another preschool? When my son left the Early Learning Center a little over 4 years ago, there were multiple empty classrooms. You also have the Elk Grove Park District, who's got a preschool there. You have Queen of the Rosary. So is there this huge need for another one? We just had a new building built 6-7 years ago. At the last meeting, I asked what research has been done to show that grade level centers in a district this large will work. The district has not presented this information. And I did a little research of my own, like some of the other people. And when Dr. Bresnahan changed her last district in Berkeley to grade level centers, Berkeley's performance ratings dropped. And that was pre-COVID. It kept going down. So this journey is being handled in a haphazard way that is having a negative impact on the community. The proposed changes are top-down without involving all stakeholders. District 59 has often surveyed the community on various issues, but you have not done so on this one. Did the district survey staff about their thoughts to the changes, considering this will have a significant impact on them? Did the administrative team meet with the staff at each school to solicit feedback? My next comments are directed at Mr. Reed and Ms. Lang. Your job as school board members is to represent the voters. The community is making itself loud and clear that we do not want grade level centers. At the last meeting, someone on the board said, I can't recall who, said, oh, we can't just listen to a few loud voices. Well, if you look around, there are not a few loud voices, but there are many loud voices here that are against the proposed changes. So, Mr. Reed and Ms. Lang, if you can't represent the wishes of the community that you were elected to serve, then you both should resign your volunteer positions as school board members. And if you are not going to listen to our wishes and you're not going to resign, then neither of you will be sitting in those chairs when your term expires in April.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mimosa Uno, and I've spoken at previous board meetings. My son goes to Ridge. He's in 4th grade. And I just wanted to kind of speak on behalf of a group of very passionate parents here. They've put together a petition to pause the pairings, as you can see. In essence, they're asking people to, well, we're asking people, right, to support us in the understanding that not enough information has been given to prove how this will successfully solve the problem of inequity in our district. And as I had asked multiple times, each time, like, about the data, who's validating this data, and also the data, it does, and I will repeat myself, it doesn't give all the information that you need there's a quantifiable and then there's a qualitative, right? So, so rather focus on stability in schools that has been lacking the past few years due to COVID. You want to talk about equity. We're all for equity. We just want to know, why does it have to take to completely upheave and reshuffle, the schools in the school district? In the other board meetings, you guys talked about, we're not going to talk about programs, we're not going to talk about curriculum, but we're going to talk about, the shifting of the students and the pairing model. So, I don't want you guys to lose sight of the equity of ESL students, right, who are put in gen ed classrooms, also for students who have mental health behavioral issues. From an anecdotal standpoint, I'm friends with staff of District 59 who's had to work with a student, who's very disruptive, to the point where, like, other children had to leave the classroom. How is that equitable? How is that equitable for the staff, right? How is that equitable for the other kids that when they come back, they have to then, take time to just get back on track with their learning, right? So, so really, like, why does it take for the school pairing for the district to look at resources, to be provided for these students, right? Like, we need, kids
30
need
seconds.
IEPs. They need more help in the classroom. Teachers need more help in the classroom. And I don't think that the school pairing is the only way to look at it in order to look at the resources that we need to bring in for the staff, for the teachers, and for the students. So, and then the last thing, junior high, I hear a lot of parents talking about the violence in the schools and lack of resources for security. So, let's not forget the junior highs here. My kid is getting ready to go to junior high. I'm thinking of leaving to go to a different district. So.
Thank you. We have a few more minutes. Would anybody else like to speak before the board?
You can hand off the rest of your statement to someone else who hasn't spoken.
Come on, yeah.
I just have a.
Can you state your name first, please?
Agata Silichka. Yeah. I just want you to think about Polish dual language program, how you're going to divide that. Those teachers build this program from the ground. They share the resources, the library. They are supporting each other if they need help. I just don't see how it's going to work for that, for the dual language Polish program. I just don't see it. So please consider that.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rebecca DeAndrea. This is the second time I've been here. One was obviously maybe for the mask when we had such a great crowd. I get so many things, and at the same time, my biggest question is what about the curriculum, and what about what happened with COVID? Our kids are still, if you look at their iReady test scores, are merging into their grade that they're supposed to be at. So why are we focusing on scrambling it up, social and emotional learning, that is not being done? It is ridiculous that you guys are going to just say, hey, next year, my third grader is now going to not be with her sister. And then on top of that, my kid doesn't even know how to properly spell because we don't have spelling tests. My sixth grader has been in 5 pilot programs. 5. He's in 6th grade to try to make something work, but yet what is that pilot program? Why do we keep piloting these programs when math is math, spelling is spelling, spelling lists, learn how to spell? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Has anybody else come to speak before the board?
Good evening. My name is Margaret Ignat. I'm representing Devonshire. I have lived here for over 12 years. I have 3 kids. We bought our house 12 years ago due to the walking distance of Devonshire. We're practically across the street from it. I wanted my kids to walk to school instead of being bused. We love Devonshire. We love everything about it, from the teachers to the staff members, parents, students, and many friends we made over the years. Once again, we love it because it is walking distance. I pay high taxes to live here and so that my kids can attend District 59 schools. Rents are going up in the area and will continue to rise. Some of the families will not be able to afford it and they will have to move to another district. Why should we as taxpayers have to move our kids to different schools due to equity? Superintendent, you made pairing changes in your previous district. From what I heard from other parents at that school, no one was happy. Please don't do it here. We have 15 buildings. That is more than double as to what you had in your previous district. This administration has not been favored by the community. We seriously thought when you came on board, you would make some great changes and improve our schools. A lot of parents were happy to see a new superintendent. Now what we are trying to see is that you are trying to destroy this community by closing schools and pairing them. Please think about the kids and don't do this. Transportation is a huge issue. There is a shortage of bus drivers. Pairing schools and making kids go on a bus will only make it worse. Think about the winter months when these kids will have to wait for a bus to come and be late. You wouldn't want your kids to be on a bus for that long. Don't do it to ours. We love this district. I'm also a realtor in this area, and you have no idea how many families that start to have kids want to get out of here. Nobody wants District 59 schools. What will this look like for the future? Families that want to live here. Test scores matter. Please focus on that, not pairing schools. These kids have been through so much these past few years. Don't make them go through another drastic change by pairing schools. My kids love the older level children in Devonshire. They look up to them as role models. From reading buddies to safety patrols, younger kids need those 4th and 5th graders. We are a community. What does that mean to you? To me, it means having a neighborhood school, K through 5th grade, knowing my neighbors, letting my child grow up in a familiar and safe neighborhood, and making lifelong friends. Please, once again, leave these schools alone. Do not pair them. Do not divide schools. Do not split kids, friends, and most of all, a community that we all have come to love. Thank you.
Has anyone else come to speak for the board?
Good evening. My name is Greg. I have a Dominic in the kindergarten, and I'm pretty fresh in the United States. I mean, not fresh, but I never went to school here. But from what I see, a lot of topics that I wanted to touch were already told. Since the time is limited, I don't want to repeat myself. But first of all, I would like to say that our kids are not the numbers on the graph. I work for a corporate where we present data to managers, and they are out of touch from reality, that we can do whatever we want with those reports. And absence of teachers here, I believe it should be unacceptable. Everybody should walk out, first of all, because teachers, they should have the most voice. Not you, not us. They should tell us exactly or verify any actual information that are being told. They should be able to veto anything that's being false, so we won't be wasting our time. Such a statement should not apply in such a developed country. So if they do fear for their jobs, I don't think we should focus on the race equality in the classrooms where my son will be dragged to the other side because there's one missing white boy, versus they shouldn't be feared for their positions. Knowing that, remember, our kids are not numbers on the graphs. They are little fragile minds that need to be addressed the way they are. So changing a school every 3 years puts their mentality at risk. With rising, suicide, drug addictions, rising other issues as far as mental health, school security with the shootings around the country. Why are we discussing something that it's not really needed right now? I believe the timing of this is so inappropriate, and other topics should be on this agenda that I don't know why we're discussing this, and why do I have to say it, immigrant who never went to school here. So, and the last thing I want to say, I appreciate Doctor being
30 seconds.
I appreciate Doctor trying to improve. It's better to fail and try than don't do anything at all. It's just addressing the right issues will be more appropriate, I think. And also, if implementation is in question, even if we decided to go with it, how we guarantee that it's going to be implemented properly? Our kids won't be tests for and results of some experiment for first 2 years, and their mentality will be harmed. And if we see how this was prepared today, where half of the room is given to 13 people, where the other half of the room has to be squeezed, I believe the implementation skills are at question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, we had our item. Do you have a short one?
Short one, very
Okay,
short.
thank you.
Yeah.
This will be our last comment. Thank you.
So my name is Brian Follen. I think you guys all know me for the last several years, so I'm not going to reiterate exactly what's going on. But I think we're nailing the points that you're focusing on the wrong thing, right? Scores, educating our kids, right? Taking the violence out of our schools in our junior high. I didn't hear that. Or barely. What are we doing? So just as everyone does, the only way we're going to solve this is if they don't want to pay attention. You got to pay attention. You got to put up good board members for April. Petitions start out now. You need to get them in before December. Anyone that has any interest, please reach out to everyone. You have several hundred parents that are willing to take your back, okay? Because they're definitely not paying attention to what we're saying. And it's not just 20 of us. It's several, what was it, 1,000, 1,100 on the petition? There's a big disconnect here. I've been saying it for years. And now, at least, I have so many more people saying it. That's why I didn't want to talk today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to be moving on to discussion item 6.0, the 6.01 equity journey. Before we begin, I will be reading another comment. As we move into the discussion portion of our agenda, we want to remind those in attendance that the only time we can hear presentations and hold discussions as a board is in an open public meeting like this evening. We truly appreciate those who take the time to attend our meetings in person to listen to these conversations, and we ask everyone to please allow the board the time we need to hold our discussion without interruptions or discussions. While the board is always interested in receiving input and feedback from our entire committee, this time of board discussion is not meant for a dialogue between the board and the audience. If you would like to share your thoughts or input with the board, we invite you to either submit a response to the form linked in the We invite you to either submit a response to the form linked on our district equity page or email the board and Dr. Bresnahan. Our email addresses can be found on our district's website. Thank you for allowing us the time needed tonight to publicly discuss our district's equity journey, and we thank you for minimizing any disruptions to ensure the conversation can take place in its entirety. Thank you. Can we bring up the presentation so we can kind of go back to, because normally we usually go through page by page and ask questions as we're going along. I think maybe as we go by pages, we can ask our questions we're going through by pages. Does that work for everybody? If you have any other, if you have something comes up though, speak up, or if we miss something, it comes up later on, please bring that question because I want to make sure we get all questions answered and addressed. So I will let this start. I'm going to run to the washroom real quickly.
So is this basically going to be a question answer sort of format?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Robert.
Yeah. I want to pressure test a lot of what is here. Let's talk about facility usage or facility utilization and a second ELC. Right now, I believe the current ELC only operates with an AM program and a PM program, right? And if there were two ELCs, they would both be operating at an AM program and a PM program. If the concern is about facility utilization, wouldn't we have two buildings that are basically operating at half capacity at the same time?
So no one has presented anything about what format a future ELC would be. As I said in the presentation, we met with our staff at the ELC and actually our principal at the ELC, Michelle Ramsey. She and I have had some close conversations around what offerings could be possible. And so having that opportunity to explore even full day options, more community-based preschool options for our families, as well as other community resources have all been discussed. But a formal plan, we're in the exploration phase of what could be if we weren't limited to just the AM PM model in our preschool for all in our current structure.
Okay. And then if looking at a second ELC model, would that require the recruitment and hiring of early childhood education staff? Like, would we have to go out and hire brand new staff to fill that second ELC?
If it were to expand, then yes, just like when we expanded our program over the years, we would look at additional staff and maximizing the use of those classrooms. Again, I think we look at different programming requiring different licensure from our staff. So we'd be looking at a variety of options in terms of which programs we decided to move forward with.
Can I just have an understanding as well, sticking with the ELC, of what are we currently, like, where are we currently on capacity and what is existing demand? Does the demand exceed the capacity? Is there a wait list? I know we've been told we see just less of a presence from the east side of the district, but I'm wondering, if there's a wait list, what our capacity is, et cetera.
Yeah, so in conversations again with our principal, and I'll look to our SLT members as well if they want to chime in. So we have seen parents who have turned down the opportunity that qualify for some of those ELC services because they're not in a full day model, because there's not afternoon or AM, there's not that complementary AM or PM care for an AM PM ELC model. So that's been part of it. Transportation and length of transportation has also been another factor of parents not taking advantage of that opportunity. And then we are seeing the closer proximity people live to the ELC, we see an increase in the number of those students that attend to the north side of the district.
And what about the capacity piece?
Yes.
So there, if I could jump in, there are 20 classrooms at the ELC. Now programming determines the volume of kids. I think the largest we have been, this is pre-COVID, was about 380 kids. That's about capacity. You could really say if there are 20 kids per class, we're around 400. Right now we add kids to the ELC every day. I think we're at 270, 280 kids now. Started the year closer to 220. And kids age in throughout the year. They become 3-year-olds and have those opportunities. So I would say around 400 is the capacity. When I talk, or people ask me that question, I look at like cohorts. So if we have 400 3- and 4-year-olds, if we look at kindergarten and first grade as full cohorts, that's 500 to 600 kids per cohort. So let's say it's 1,000 kids. So we're at maximum able to hit, less than 50%. Not every kid needs to be in preschool. There are other options, but in regards to opportunity, that's the way we've talked about it over the years.
And I'll also throw out that part of the conversation that we've talked about with Ms. Ramsey as well is opportunities at even the birth to 3-year range, which currently we haven't explored those as a district. But we know that those are some of the things that can be most impactful within a community in terms of some of our opportunity gaps.
So if I can synopsize and tell me if I'm taking it in correctly, but there's been times in the past when we've been near to capacity. Right now we are not, but our belief is that because we would look at expanded program offerings and potentially offer a location that might be more convenient for people, that we would expect an increase in demand.
Okay. I think that would be fair to say.
So while we're on preschool, can I ask, as an educator, can you tell us some of the benefits of preschool?
Sure. So I really feel like I would want to bring Michelle Ramsey here, who could speak to it very much off the cuff. But that is one of the most research-based levers that we have, where when we are able to address the early learning needs and get early intervention at the youngest of ages, we're able to see that drastic close in that achievement and opportunity gaps at starting in kindergarten and through their grade level spans. So that access, if you look at programs such as Head Start, which really start at 0 to 3, they have a vast amount of research based on how that improves, especially in areas of marginalized communities and broad ranges of socioeconomic status. There's a lot of research that backs the improvements from that birth to 5-year range that can significantly impact then their K through 8 trajectory. I don't know if anyone else from the team wants to jump in as well, but that's off the cuff.
And I would say, I believe there's evidence that it goes far beyond that.
Yes.
In longitudinal studies where adults who've been in preschool demonstrate higher achievement beyond their peers and lower rates of poverty, that sort of thing. So when we're looking at closing achievement gaps, preschool may be a very cost-effective way to do that. Is that a reasonable way to put it?
Absolutely. And I believe that that's a statewide initiative. There have been a lot of federal and state level grants and programs to encourage and help districts really expand those opportunities for early learners.
Because in the area there are paid preschool programs, but we're specifically focusing on students who would be getting free preschool.
Absolutely.
Or reduced
and
in some way.
combinations of the both. Absolutely.
Will it be an option of probably doing the ELC a full-time preschool instead of opening another and just keeping our staff there full-time instead of hiring more staff? Is that an option or?
So I think that there's different programs that have different parameters based on their funding sources as well as their programs and what we're accountable for from the state. So for example, there's really tight parameters around our preschools for all. There's also preschool expansion opportunities where you're really looking at full day models that would require more of a substantial investment on behalf of the district in terms of the cost of that. But that is absolutely something that we know is a current barrier to some of our parents taking advantage of our ELC programs.
Okay, I just want to say 2 things real quick before I forget. For one, I know that teachers do have a huge will if they have not already been totally involved in the process. They are. You're right. They're the key factors in a lot of this, besides the kids and the families. So I know that we feel that the teachers need to be asked. We need to get enough data. We've got plenty of staff that can give us their opinions. That's no, and you know what? That's something.
No interaction. We can't.
No.
I'm sorry. I can't do that. But no, I don't want. Teachers shouldn't fear, and this is something that I say to them all the time, and I know we do, is that they should be able to speak up. If I wasn't able to speak up when I was a teacher, I would have quit that district because, and I will keep my mouth open.
Okay.
I mean, I won't, you need to be able to have a say in what happens to you. If you're scared of your job for that, you see, well, go ahead, fire me, when I was a teacher.
So,
But
I have a-
also, I want to make sure that, that we have all the Ts, all the Is dotted before anything goes. And I know we all feel that way because we want to make sure that, and keep you involved in the process as well, that you see what we're doing to see what impact it could have. We all want to make sure this goes, if it goes, whatever we do, that we're prepared 100% and not doing it halfway. So if it takes time, if we change what we're going to do, the transfiguration, whatever we do, it's going to be done and done well. So
I
those are
wanna-
two things. Sorry.
That's okay. I was asking, I have a early learning center question. Is that
Go ahead.
so? What percentage of our funding for the early learning center is from outside sources? Or I know that's probably not a question we have, but I'd like to know from a perspective
Okay.
because we talk
We
about
can
adding
write that down and get back to you.
because I look at trying to be fiscally responsibly. If we're adding another early learning center on there, what cost will that be for us? So that's a follow-up question. And then before we move on, I want to ask one general question. I know we invited parents to the task force, and the parents were all allowed to invite another person. Was that person their choosing, and we did not have any say in that? I want to make sure that it was completely someone the task member from the school felt it was the person that they wanted to bring on.
Yeah, that was the selection process was done by the equity task force member, and it was their responsibility to find someone to bring.
Okay, thank you.
At the task force meeting. We did. It wasn't just, it wasn't just like two parents. There was a whole bunch of parents at this meeting. I know, I'm there.
So, sorry, Mardell.
Okay. I just want to remind the board and everybody else that this school district did not even have full-day kindergarten until a lot. We started up, my two children both were in half-day kindergarten. Now we have the opportunity for full-day kindergarten. We didn't have preschool at all. We now have a wonderful preschool, and I think it's great. I'm not saying that every single child should be in preschool, however, because every single child doesn't even have to be in full-day kindergarten. It's up to the families what they do. So I don't know. I kind of go along with what a couple of the last men said tonight, that we're focusing on the wrong thing.
So, going back, so do we have any questions?
For my own self,
Sorry,
I'd
Mardell.
just like to say that if there are problems in the schools, and I have no children in the schools anymore, but I was extremely active in the schools when my children were there. But if things have gotten to the point where you're worrying about violence at the junior high, I never had that problem with my children when they were there. And if that is now a problem, then we have some other things that definitely have to be taken care of.
Okay. If I could comment, we said it at the beginning. This is the first opportunity for us to review this data. This is the opportunity here. The purpose of this meeting is for us to ask questions of the staff. So I think we should, if I can,
Right.
let me transition to a question.
Yeah. So are we at class sizes then, or we want to work? We want to work.
I was
try and work
talking, I
with-
wanted to let me hit something on the ELC so that I have it fresh of mind.
Okay. So we're okay.
So if we were to repurpose Ridge into an ELC, what happens to the staff of Ridge?
So looking at the transition outward, we would look across all of our opportunities. We're going to have expanded opportunities looking at like this year where our specials and across our elementary schedules. We're also looking at balancing out those class sizes where we feel that we would be able to maintain our current staffing in order to be able to provide that consistently across all of our students. That's the next layer that we are really looking at to be able to compare FTEs one year to the next. I think we also have to consider that we have a regular and expected amount of attrition of staff year to year that we hire new between retirements and people who leave the district. So factoring those pieces in would be part of the plan as well, in looking at our FTEs across the entire district.
Okay, should we move to class?
Well, I think actually now I thought of another question. So with if we did decide to go with the early learning center, another additional learning center on the south side of district, how would staffing work? Because we would need to hire preschool teachers, and I know we're we were struggling to get staff for this year and previous years.
So I'll let Ross as well chime in. So this is what we said earlier. When we're looking at different models, they require different licensures. So if you're looking at a blended preschool for all model, if you're looking for some of our more inclusive classrooms, you're looking for teachers that have the early childhood credential as well as special education. In some cases, we're looking for that magic trifecta where they have their bilingual licensure as well. But looking at different programs varies on which licensure we can have. And so that would be dependent on the programs that we move forward with, and then scaling up as we have staff to do so. I think that is a critical part of any of these programs is before we put programs in place, we should know how we are going to scale these from both a resource, from a personnel perspective, as well as a physical space and any other additional resources that those programs require.
Just while we're still on preschool, we invite a lot of students to preschool, right? Can you explain how do we identify those students? Where do they come from?
Katie, do you want to jump in on this one in terms of like early identification and child find?
Sure. We have a screening process for students that we work through with the ELC. So our community, we have community outreach and awareness, partner with local agencies, with hospitals to make sure that they are aware that the ELC has a location in which students can come and get screened for early learning services. So that is one of the biggest routes to finding students and making sure that they have the services that they need.
So when we have students who don't attend because of transportation distance, some of those are students that we've identified as needing interventions early on, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And while we're on preschool, can I ask the longest transit time in the district?
I think we saw upwards of almost close to an hour, 55 to 60.
Give me 1 minute.
I'm thinking specifically of the preschooler.
Yes.
Okay. Should we go to class act?
Well, I think because I think a follow-up question is, we have kids that are coming into the early learning center that are part of, those we've identified through our screening process and stuff like that, and then we have those that are just coming in to take advantage of the program. Do we have a breakdown of the difference between of those kids and the demographics?
The balance of
the
who
balance,
are both,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
community-based versus not off the top, but we can provide that data.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just to confirm, you're correct, Dr. Sager. Our 2 of the routes run the last kid off. It's over an hour on average
For ELC.
Yes.
for the early learning center. Correct.
So we have preschoolers on the bus for an hour and 4 minutes, I believe.
So I guess one of my questions to the administration is, as we think about the concept of repurposing a school to turn it into an ELC, I think that we need data behind that decision in terms of simply understanding like what would be the interest on that side of the district. Do we have any sense of the set of students who would qualify for services? Do we imagine making it a full day? Because at least for me personally, to make such a drastic change with the speculation of possible need, demand unclear, feels to me that we're rolling the dice a bit. And I would want to just see a more detailed plan laid out, I think, prior to a vote of what would this look like? What's our sort of plan for staffing, and really letting the data make the case that we need this second ELC.
And I think part of that too is preparing our schools for that, because I know the facilities, each of the classrooms in the ELC have their own bathroom, and it's specialized to 3, 4, and 5-year-olds, where our facilities in the bathrooms in some of our schools were not catered to that, or down the hall. So I think there's going to be some cost with reconfiguring our school, the school as well.
Retrofitting. So let me clarify one point for the board discussion that I think is really important. We're looking at an underutilization of several of our buildings. So what we're saying is that right now, if we did nothing else, we do not necessarily need all of our buildings, they're not operating at a level that makes them very sustainable in their current structure. I think that's an acknowledgement that we have made. So the idea of repurposing a school is to keep that facility as a District 59 with intentions of how we could use it. That would require planning and input and all of that. So that happening, we haven't even discussed timelines. So I think the important piece.
Right, if we can,
If
if we can please be quiet, please.
allow
We
us
can.
to have the discussion in a productive way.
So I think that what's important in looking at this is that the board can have the conversation about, do you want to maintain all 15 facilities? We are offering up where we see an identified need that we could explore further and have that be a proposal presented on how we could use an existing building. Or the board could discuss completely closing a school and selling a property, which is something that's been done in the past. So those were all options that were put out on the table in terms of maximizing utilization at our current buildings based on our enrollment and future projections, that we'd actually, if you just look at, even take the grade level pairings out of it, a K-5 model does not require 11 school buildings to do that. I think that's the point that I would like. We could go very deep into the ELC discussion, which I think is worthwhile. And I'd love to bring Ms. Ramsey and her team in and have some in-depth conversations on that and talk about it from a funding perspective and a broad need in our community, as well as bringing in some of our park district partnerships. I think at this point, we're looking at, would we want to keep this school to be repurposed for future use? Or are we, if we do not need it, what would happen to that building? And I think that's part of the base discussion that gets us to the next step.
I'm confused as to why you were talking about the fact that we may have to close schools because we can't fill them up when we are actually going and getting two, what are they called, Ron?
Our portable classrooms.
Mobile classrooms, correct. So if we're having to get mobile classrooms, I don't see why we're even thinking about closing schools. That makes no sense to me. And
It's the equity conversation though, Mardell, because if these pieces all impact each other, right? Like if we were able to spread kids out among more schools, we wouldn't necessarily need the trailers because there's many that are underutilized and a minority that are overutilized.
yes, but well, Bill, maybe that's more the problem we should be discussing rather than all these other things.
I
Now,
think it
another thing
is
I agree
part
with
of what
you-
we're discussing. It's
I
not
agree-
the only part, but it is a part.
I agree with what you said before, Courtney, and I'd just like to add to it. I have nothing against preschool. However, I had two children. I didn't want them in preschool. When I had my kids, I wanted to take care of them. I wanted them home. Now, I was lucky I didn't have to go to work. I know there are some mothers who have to go to work. However, there are plenty of preschools available in the area. And rather than us putting our money into preschool when we're already putting it into full day kindergarten, I think is a little bit ridiculous. Not what we've already got, but I don't think we have to enlarge it. As far as the special program, for debilitated children at Rupley, I'm familiar with that from the time it was instituted because a former student of mine actually was the teacher at that program at Rupley. And I think it's a wonderful program, and I don't know exactly what it's doing now, but if any more children who are having trouble along those lines need a program, that's where I would rather put some of my money in and increase it and help children who are not able to keep up with the regular crowd.
Okay. Can we talk class sizes? Can we move to class sizes?
I'd like to pause there. I'm sorry. Ultimately, this is a discussion of where resources should go. And I'm going to disagree that we're all board members. We don't always agree with each other. But I'm going to disagree that preschool is not or shouldn't be a priority. There is a lot of research showing that universal preschool closes achievement gaps long term. throughout people's lives. It has a major impact. If we could do preschool for all, I would do that, but I don't know that we have the resources to do that. What we're discussing is, where do we put the resources? Is it in a particular school? Or do we redistribute those resources where we can get the most bang for our buck and close achievement gaps? That's the board's job. And we have taxpayer dollars that are given to us, and it's our job to allocate those to the best of our ability. And when I look at preschool, to me, preschool is a game changer for many, many families. Maybe not for your family. We know that if you offer universal preschool, 80% of families will take it. 20% don't, perfectly reasonable. And the impacts are huge. And there are very few things I know in education, and that's one of them.
Very well said.
Marty, I want to ask, so you said about there are other preschools out there for kids to attend. The problem is that those all cost money. We have families that cannot afford to send their kids to those programs.
I hate to say it, but if you can't afford to have children, you shouldn't have children. It should not be up to all the taxpayers to be taking care of children from the time they're born. I think we're putting an emphasis on the wrong grades for education. Education is supposed to be kindergarten through high school. And we have added full day kindergarten, which we didn't have. We've added preschool, which we didn't have, and it's lovely.
Yeah.
But I don't think the emphasis has to be on that. I think the emphasis should be on better classroom education, better curriculum, better control. And as far as having opportunities for teachers to communicate with each other, I think that's overstated. When I was a teacher, I didn't communicate with anybody. I was my own teacher. I did my teaching, and that was it. I communicated with everybody, but not how they were teaching. I taught and they taught.
Well,
so I think we have to get back to some of the basics, the way it used to be.
Let's
All right. So yeah, I think we have. Yep.
I was
Let's
going
go
to say,
let's go back to the class sizes.
Yeah. We have to prepare students to be successful for life, regardless of the income of their parents.
Correct.
So let's talk about class sizes. Let's move over to class sizes. Class size.
Oh.
Yep. So two-part question. Would there be caps, like minimums and maxes? I know we saw the average class size was about 17, 18 kids, give or take. The range currently 9 to 30 kids. You know, the average there is about 20 and a half, 21, give or take. What would be the ranges in these options? Do we know? And two, would there be caps? Like, would there be a maximum cap of X number of kids per class?
I think what's challenging to answer that question, yes, we absolutely have ranges, and we even have language in our negotiated agreement with our teachers to identify prioritizing smaller class sizes at the primary level. I think you have to be careful when you talk about caps, because if we have 2 sections of first grade and a family moves in, and let's say the cap is set at 24 and 2 more first graders move in, we are obligated to provide them with an education in a classroom. And so we do work with our classrooms to, once they do escalate over numbers, we have conversations, we have meetings with them to determine what supports are best. We have to make decisions. Are we able before the start of the school year to split them? I think Mr. Ludloff shared the example at Forest View in that kindergarten class and how we took it from 2 sections into 3. So those are some of the decisions that we have to make. When we have less class sections per grade level at each of our schools, the impact of those move-ins and transitions throughout the year have a much greater impact on class size than in schools that have more numbers of sections per grade level.
I have a question. I know for the dual language, the 2-way, at the beginning it was 12 and 12. So it was 12 native speakers Spanish, and then the other 12, whatever, other language they spoke. Are we still respecting that? And how is that working out for the teachers being a 24 student group?
Yeah, so what we're actually legally obligated to provide in any of our dual language classrooms is the average class size of our dual language classrooms within a building should be no more than 90% of the average class size of their monolingual counterparts across the school. So that by law if our monolingual classrooms are 24, then we should see at no more than 22 at our dual language classrooms if we're looking at 90%. So that's part of why we looked at eliminating those multi-grade programs in classrooms this year, so that we could get class sizes into compliance, as well as just because it's the right thing to do. So we are seeing much better class sizes, but again, that's why we had to shift some programs, because we don't have the capacity at all of our schools to offer it everywhere, and we have smaller numbers in certain pockets. So being able to get it to that best class size is really challenging in our current configuration when we want to achieve exactly that goal.
Class size, having been a former teacher, class size is huge. I was the only teacher that was teaching TDP social studies at Grove, and I had 37 kids in one class. Trying to be able to give all those kids what they needed for TDP with that number of kids is really incredibly difficult. And all my classes were either 27, 28, 29. To be able to do a good job and really reach all your kids, you need to have a manageable class size and be able to have the programs. Because when I was the only TDP social studies, that's difficult. I needed somebody else to be able to offer it as well, but then you need more teachers. So, and class sizes and more teachers.
I think it's fine to say you only want 24 or 25 in a class. That's fine. But if somebody moves in, you're not going to you're going to have to raise the number 26, 27, 28, however many it came. And as you referred to the size of the classes you had, those are the kind of classes that my children are in, because that was what was normal back then. And I'm not saying that that's what we should look for at normalcy. On the other hand, if we set a number that's reasonable and people move in and it goes up 2, 3, 4 people, it's still it can be handled. And I think a lot of what we are talking about in the way of problems are something that the children don't see as problems. Because I can remember that there was a problem in the junior high science class when my daughter was at Grove. And she came home and told me about it. And I got all excited. And she said, "Don't worry, Mom, don't worry. Mr. Labasco can handle it. Mr. Labasco is fine." And it's true. He was wonderful. He took care of everything. And I got nervous, and she was perfectly calm about it because the teacher was great.
So I do have a question. If we could move to the slide with the average class size data. So here's kind of what I'm wondering is we're looking at averages, right? So what would be helpful to me, I think, is to also see, just based on our current numbers, what's the low and what's the high, because my hope would be that, like, by doing this pairing, we're eliminating out those extremes. And do we have that listed?
Yeah, this one might give you the best ability to look at when you kind of extrapolate those numbers out and you look at the average class size being 17.7, for example, in kindergarten across 3 sections. So those are, generally going to be now between 17 and 18 per each of those classrooms. And then you can look at when you have the 4 sections, how that plays out. So you could get a better idea of those ranges when you're looking at a grade level view instead of individual classrooms.
No, that's helpful. So essentially what I'm seeing, at least with this example, in the middle, like the Juliet Low, you're moving to a range of 12 to 19. Oh, sorry, this is the current Juliet Low average is 12 to 19. But when you move to the paired model, it looks like your range is much thinner at like the 16 to 19.
Right. That
So
is
you're
the
eliminating
balance.
that low
Yes.
end.
It's a greater balance across more sections.
I have a question that's kind of related to this pattern. Can you just redefine a singleton again?
Sure. So a singleton is one classroom, one teacher, one section at a particular grade level of a particular program. So if you look at Juliet Low currently, each of the gen ed monolingual current sections are singletons. So if I start at Juliet Low in kindergarten in a gen ed monolingual class, I'm with the same students from K to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. There's no other options, no other groupings, no other pairings.
And if one of those groups starts big in kindergarten, their kindergarten year, they get less teacher attention because they're in a bigger classroom. Their first grade year, they move with that same group, they get a little less attention. So it's not only averages, right? There is, and again, it's also not just demographics. This is hidden inside of these singletons are classes that students can struggle in because of that. That
And we
there
don't
may
have
be a particularly
assistants.
large.
And I think to be fair to this is that, and to our, to our community, these are much more than just numbers. These are the realities of what teachers and our principals and our students are living through each day in these classes. And those are the things that we see. We are in the classrooms. We are talking with principals. We are making those challenging decisions about individual students and the environment in which they learn. We're aggregating this up so you can get a visual of the impact that reconfiguration can have, but that doesn't take away or minimize the individual stories of our students and that what they're experiencing at the classroom level.
And if they need an assistant, we don't necessarily have enough assistants to spread through the district as well, right?
Right. I mean, adding an assistant is one of our last resorts after the school year starts and we have, move-ins and those class sizes increase. We always look, even as we said, up until the, week before school starts. Couple move-ins happen. Kindergarten is our hardest grade, obviously, to get enrolled early on and really solidify those numbers. And then that involves splitting and moving teachers last minute. And it's a challenge.
Do the current projections eliminate the single, like right now the range is 9 to 32 students? Would the current projections eliminate those single digit classrooms, the nines, now that it's much more grouped class size wise?
I think this year, I think those numbers are a little tighter. If I understand correctly, I think our range is 10 to 26 at the elementary level this year. I do think both of those are singletons, if I'm recalling correctly. So we've brought that down a little bit. We've dealt with some class size, we've added staff to manage those. Principals have made some things happen. We made some programming decisions this year where we, as an example of Devonshire, we moved all the multilingual students out because we were running multi-grade classrooms there to consolidate and get nice class sizes at Frost, but those kids had to leave their community. So predictability with projections, is there, but for Juliet Low, when you're a one section, I'm looking at, their range and those are 14 to 22. So that's an 8 kid difference. That's not, 22 isn't terrible, but it's 8 kids. Yep. So between one grade to the next, I'm looking at Forest View, the range in the monolingual, even with 2 and 3 sections, it's 15 to 26. So 10 or 11 kids swing from one year to the next when you don't have that consolidation piece. And the singleton, I think, is the most difficult situation our principals and our staff are dealing with from a year to year basis. That's not true in every school, but it's true in a lot of our schools.
So kind of follow up on Dr. Sager's
Green light. There you go.
All right. So to follow up on Dr. Sager's question about the singletons, if we look at Forest View, I see a 3 for kindergarten, 2 for second, 3 for second, third and fourth are 2 classes, and 5th grade is 3 classes. So when the kindergartners move up, we're going to need 3 first grade teachers.
We would anticipate that based on this year's numbers. Yes.
So is that a teacher moving from one grade to another grade, or how's that addressed?
Yeah, it's addressed every year. Every school district does this. It's a matter of how do we have to do overall, what's the total number of FTE at each grade level and where are their shifts, and are we going to go down a section overall? Are we going to go up a section overall? And then what impact does that have on the staff that move in and out of that school?
Yeah.
Those decisions are made every single year, district wide, regardless of our configuration.
Right. To clarify, a teacher can teach any grade in the school. They're not locked into second grade, and that's their entire career.
So it's moving. It's potentially moving a grade level, new curriculum, etc.
So are they asked before some are told, or is there just do they ask, hey, we need a new second grade teacher?
Movements within a school are handled at the building level with the
Okay.
principal first.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Now, am I correct, Tom, in looking at these 3 schools, there's only one class out of the 3 schools that's even over 25.
For the average, that fourth grade average at Forest View is 25 and a half. That's a class of 26 and a class of 25. It's only 2 sections.
But I mean, all of the numbers are under are definitely under that. I mean, it's not like there's any big to do about classes. The only area that's at all a problem is Forest View in 2nd grade.
Yeah.
And they're 23.5 and 25.5. So
Yeah, I think as you look at those averages, they, for the most part, they on average look great. I will share that 3rd grade at Juliet Low, that's 11 and 12 kids. Being 2 teachers teach 23 kids.
Mhm.
That's part of the reality of situations that we're experiencing throughout the district.
Mhm.
So that efficiency piece, that's impactful.
Mhm.
We're fortunate as a district, we're able to do that.
Mhm.
We're able to split a kindergarten a week before school starts. We're fortunate, and have been my entire career, fortunate to be able to do that. I think that accumulates over time
Mhm.
to where a teacher, hey, you're doing this, you think next week, you know you're doing this.
Mhm.
I think I've shared at some meeting, I think we've had 185 teachers and over the last 4 years go from one school to another.
Mhm.
Some by request, some because we had to move them.
Mhm.
That's a lot of movement.
Mhm.
You know, from my view, yes, when you go to that last group, when you pair, there's a lot more consistency, a lot more opportunity for that within a pretty close community.
So, can I ask a question that's related to class size, which is, I mean, I think we can clearly see looking at this, right? There's potential benefits to teachers, things like stability of how many kids you're going to have in your class, probably a higher likelihood that you're not going to have to switch buildings because we have a critical mass of students. On the flip side, there's some negatives that teachers might have spent their career at a school and have to go to a different school. So I guess my question is like, what, and it was brought up today in public comment, like, I know we have a feedback mechanism within the district that when teachers have feedback about their employment, it goes up through the union, and that Ann Wing, who's the president of the union, shares that feedback. I know Dr. Bresnahan started an approach of actually not just meeting with Ann Wing, but meeting with like a team of the DEA leadership. So I guess I would like to understand what are our mechanisms for getting teacher feedback about the balance of benefits and downsides of the plan?
So I think it's important to keep in mind that Thursday was the first opportunity with the equity task force that we were able to narrow down to one particular option and then really start looking at the benefits, the challenges, and the overall impact for District 59. So that was the first opportunity. We had, I believe, 15 I think all 15 of our representatives, or no, 14 representatives were present from the teaching staff at that meeting on Thursday night. Tomorrow, we actually have a district professional learning time for early release Wednesday. And we met with our principals this morning and a couple weeks ago to prep for that, where I actually am doing a video where I'm walking through some of the highlights of these presentations and then giving buildings opportunities to engage in those conversations with their staff tomorrow so that we can solicit feedback and better gauge. Because it's one thing to solicit feedback that's raw and off the cuff. It's another thing to solicit feedback after people have reviewed data and are informed about the topic.
Mm-hmm.
And so we want to ensure that we have shared all of the information so that we're really getting that meaningful feedback. And I think it's important to know the pacing of this process, which is extensive, and understanding that we don't want to put the cart before the horse and poll or survey on things that we haven't fully been even able to share yet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I want to thank our members of our equity task force who have been sharing out with their staff as well as collecting feedback. And our form is available to everyone to submit. And so those have been opportunities along the way to get feedback and to ask questions and to develop that understanding throughout the process, not just one particular point in time, a yes or no.
And so a question too, so if I'm hearing correctly, you would encourage teachers also to submit feedback through the equity website, and that's anonymized, that's
Yes, it can absolutely be anonymous, and there are teachers who have already submitted on that form. There have been equity task force members who have solicited feedback from their groups, brought those through emails to me, through conversations with their principals, through their equity task force representatives themselves. We have had a number of conversations and opportunities where I've heard from concerns and had dialogue around this, which has been very open. And I welcome that from any staff member in the district. I've had an open door since I started here. I talked to teachers before I even began who came and shared their concerns and their goals and what they'd like to see. And I hope that that continues.
Thanks.
I had asked one teacher when I was at the task force meeting, he teaches PE at an elementary, and he has from kindergarten to 5th grade. And I said, well, how is that working for you? How are you doing it? And he's like, he had 37 in one class, and he's got 4 different lesson plans that he has to create. And I said, well, what would it mean to you if we went to grade level centers and you didn't have such an overwhelming group and you had support? He said he'd be down to 1 lesson plan, and he'd be able to pay attention and gear it towards the grade that he would be teaching. It would be much more beneficial to the students as well. And that's just one little snippet that I heard, but I mean, there's plenty of little stories that you hear about, good, bad, otherwise, but things that would be beneficial about it.
Can I ask a question about programming?
I was gonna ask, I was got a class size follow.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So I'm looking at this numbers, and I see there's no dual language at Forest View, but I see 11 classrooms at the Julian Lowe school, and then when we get to the Forest View / Lowell pairing, there's now 15. Is that because we move some doors and some kids into this?
Because this is returning every child who lives within those boundaries for that pairing.
So theoretically, some kids from Forest View would move to a school not Julian Lowe for.
Currently, students who qualify for and take I can't find the right word, accept services in dual language Spanish at Forest View go to John Jay.
So they come from John Jay back in.
Correct.
Let me ask about programming. Back to pressure test some things. December 2021, we did our dual language audit. January started this year, we had the equity audits. We've been doing this for a long time. We've been talking about these things for a long time. At the equity audit, we talked about the dual language staff. And one of the concerns from that equity audit was the ability to recruit qualified staff members to teach the dual language program that we have in place now. If we expand it, how do we reconcile the two? If we expand dual language and now we need to hire more when we're struggling to recruit and retain qualified staff.
This model actually fully utilizes the current staff that we have.
Okay.
Would you say that again? I didn't understand it.
The option A and option B fully utilizes the current staff that we have to expand that programming without, based on early projections, without having to need to go out and hire additional teachers in order to support those sections.
If I remember, Tom covered that at some point, right? That I forget who, somebody said that we're going from so many spread out K-5 programs down to 8. Somebody had that. I forget.
So when the audit took place, we had dual programming of some sort at 8 schools across the district, K-5. And that can be challenging for staff because they're working within that model, looking at the unpredictably we have with sections, et cetera. Now we're going down to like 5 pairings where we're offering that programming. And then we're consolidating at the primary level and at the 3rd through 5th level, which then when we actually look at our numbers of these projected sections, like currently right now, based on what we have, we're looking at it's exactly the same number of staff, give or take 1.
Even with Polish dual
Polish?
language.
Yeah,
for
Polish
that
dual
too?
language is exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Really?
Just looking at and the dual
We're splitting though to a
because the
north and a
dual-
south.
and the
How
dual
does that work?
and the dual Polish program currently is not in a singleton model. They have two sections.
Oh.
This would split them
Okay.
right now. However, we are doing a Polish language review using the exact same process we use for Spanish, starting right now, just getting organized today with that. We're going to be looking at those pillars of dual language, looking at how that program is, what supports the teachers need, looking at how, because really, if you think about our restructuring of dual in general, the one way and the two way really have the same goals. It's a enrichment program that allows students to be bilingual, bicultural, bilingual, and accessing grade level curriculum. With that, and our demographics, we can really look at our profiles and create balanced sections that would be very positive for all kids, whether you are an emerging bilingual, home language Spanish, home language English, or another language, because we have some of those in our programming. And then with the Polish program, right now it's a one way. You can only be in that program if you qualify for English services and you're Polish speaking. However, it's possible there's other families that could be, perhaps be like interested in that program, might be Polish family. They might actually speak Polish at home, but the child doesn't qualify for services. And that could be something we could look into, how that could expand that programming and make it a holistic dual language program as opposed to a one-way program.
But if we have we have 4 teachers, you say, at Claremont right now doing the Polish
I
program?
think there's 2 per section.
12. There's
Yeah.
12.
Yeah.
12.
So the
Okay,
kids-
'cause I was
kids
wondering,
find it.
if you have a K through 2nd and you need teachers there, then you have the 3-5, and you need them on both sides of the village. We should have enough teachers?
Yes, it's 12 and 12.
And
So
they'll have people
yep.
to work with, to collaborate with?
Well, they would be a singleton at that time, at the inception. If we chose
However,
to
they
do that.
would have partners in dual language, just
Yes,
not
yes.
necessarily in Polish. So the structure, so there are some overlaps of grade level and content across all of our across all of our programs. But yes, that is an acknowledgement and an understanding. Right now, where we are with Claremont, there is no opportunity to expand. We are at capacity. We have to cap that program out. If we were to do an expanded model to the north and to the south, we could explore other opportunities to further expand that.
Is there currently a lottery for that? Or is
Well, it's based on qualifying for services.
Okay.
So we are able to accommodate those that qualify for services within that one-way model. We do not have it as a two-way model for others to enter in a lottery
So
system.
if we had a two-way model, it would be, we can't even consider a lottery because it's already capped.
Correct.
Okay.
And actually, the content allocation for the Polish program is 50-50 currently. However, in our exploration through our review this fall, we really want to look at it in conjunction with the teachers through our process of how could that potentially look to shift that model to mirror more the Spanish dual language program model, which then that content allocation would be aligning a little bit better if they're housed in the same building as a Spanish program, and there's ways that they could be collaborating as they go through the years.
Actually, I happen to be friends with a lot of Polish people in my neighborhood, and they're quite concerned because we are segregating the Polish children, and they're not happy about it. I know when I used to go over to Claremont at the beginning of the school year, when the principal back at that time had coffee outside and everybody visited, a lot of the Polish parents were there and they all spoke English. So I think maybe we have to consider, are we sure that all of the children who are in the Polish program really cannot speak English, or just are the Polish parents just enjoying having their children in those classes? Because maybe they don't all have to be in those classes, or maybe not for the full amount of time that they're in the classes. Because we used to, when we had the other type of bilingual education, in 3 years, all of our students who were in, back then it was all Hispanic, they had to be out in 3 years and into a regular gen ed class. So maybe they don't have to be in as long as they're in.
If it, if it's
To follow up that question, that kind of goes back to Robert's question was, so, yeah, sorry. So to follow up on Robert's question, you talked about those that qualify for services. Do we let all students that qualify for services for the Polish language in the program, or do we have to limit it because of the number of, because of the capacity? And when those kids then qualify for regular English language learners in their home neighborhood school, is that correct?
The students that qualify, the Polish program currently, it's students that qualify for services that are in the program. To my understanding, we meet their needs, and that's why those classes are full, and there's 2 per grade currently. So we are able to accommodate them now based on what we've had.
But we don't have to turn people away because we've
Not to my understanding, but I can double check the data with Dr. Perdomo.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank
I
you.
will actually double check that.
All right, thank you. Sorry, Tom. You're going to follow.
Yes, if it's okay, I'd like to speak to a few questions. And human resources, I work quite closely with class size, staffing, and programming. I heard some questions about staff input, feedback. We receive that on an absolute daily basis about how do we support large class sizes. Some of the numbers we're seeing when it comes to class size and sections is easy for us to predict because they're real numbers. There is currently a problem. I want to be very clear that it is not currently stable and balanced, and that by potentially changing it in any type of format would then create an issue. We have an issue. We currently have an open dual language position classroom at Rupley. We cannot fill it. At Salt Creek in kindergarten, there are 10 students in the general education program. There are 22 and 23 in the next door dual language kindergarten class. Teachers have shared very clearly and very passionately. That shows a certain value on our educational programming that is very difficult to hire for. It's even harder to retain. Every student, parent, teacher benefits from stability. The instability over the last few years is partially pandemic related, but it is also related because our programming is spread so thin. We have 8 schools with dual language programming. 4 of them are out of state compliance. So these are just numbers. These aren't opinions. These are our numbers. This isn't being given to us from an outside source. When we invite outside sources in, they're giving us the solution recommendations that we're sharing with you. If you consolidate, you're a lucky district. You have the resources. They're just spread out in a very traditional manner that is no longer meeting your modern needs. And so when we are doing exit surveys and when we are trying to recruit, that is what gets a little bit challenging. And without a doubt, I am willing to predict that if we stayed status quo, we will be moving staff next year to try to find and fill these gaps. And when we do have that large class, especially at primary, I've gone out and met with teachers. How can we help? Can we try to find a teaching assistant? Sometimes they don't want a teaching assistant. It's an extra human body in the room. What we really want is long-term predictability and stability to be able to handle some of those things. So I just wanted to share some of that perspective. As you said, Ms. Lang, they are all interwoven when we talk programming and building size and things like that. Thank you.
It's like you said, Ross, it's
Green
not
light,
like we're
green
doing
light.
not do with like the class sizes on purpose, or that the person doesn't have assistance on purpose. Sometimes we just don't have it to give to them.
Yes, and also to add, when we have those openings, they're filled with resource staff. That is our next best option to give our children what they need. And then that reduces the supports that we have designed in our model. And staff that are looking for teaching positions now ask tremendous questions. And we are still a very sought after district. And I have yet to meet the teacher in the last 5 years that has asked if they can teach in isolation. They ask if they have support programs, teams, and colleagues. Teaching today, much like parenting, is very different than it was 10, 15 years ago. They're the hardest jobs on the planet. And so when we can come together and support each other and utilize, that team approach, it decreases burnout and it supports stability in our system. And that's what I'm hearing from teachers. That's not my opinion.
Can I ask a?
I was gonna. Are you still? I'm gonna ask.
I was going to follow up on
Okay,
what
go ahead.
Ross said. Question for you, Ross. We talk about collaboration. One of the benefits of the plan is collaboration. Like I said, I'm pressure testing a lot of this. What's stopping teachers from collaborating now? Like, what is that hurdle that is? Why can't they just do it now?
So I really appreciate that question, and I see Ms. Savage wanting to jump in too, because it allows us to clarify that when we're having these conversations, whether it's this slide or transportation, it's not to say that we don't have collaboration now. But for one, we want to also have stable teams. So when we're moving 80 people around every year, that gets very challenging too. And when I was a principal in this district for many, many years, you want to have diverse teams too. So you want to be able to, as you're recruiting and bringing people in, learning from veteran individuals who were at that same position for more than a couple years. So there is collaboration, but we want to collaborate at a different level. We want to be able to, with all of our curriculum improvements, be able to really get beyond the surface level to those next levels. And a lot of that can be divide and conquer and coming together. And then it is also critical when it comes to student problem solving. When I was a teacher myself, the benefit to be able to have a built-in, which we have in our schedule, time with my colleagues, even just not a coach, not an administrator, someone who is teaching the same group of kids that I am. How are you reaching this child? How can we, combine our resources and our expertise to maximize efforts?
Thank you.
So I was going to follow up on the last item on the Access program, the ELS. I know it's a group of about 60 kids, and we are planning to keep them together at this point because of collaboration purposes and for the resource purposes. It's not worth it to split them up, or how's that?
So I will let Dr. Assel take this as well, but I think what's important to understand is that there's actually 2 different programs within ELS, and they have different needs within them. So we're looking at working with our staff and identifying our students' needs currently into determining what is the best model for them, and then ensuring that that is prioritized no matter which direction we go. I'll let Dr. Assel maybe talk a little bit about the differences between the 2 programs.
Sure. So within ELS, this is a program housed at Rupley currently that's about 10 classrooms. It is a curriculum that is vastly different from the grade level curriculum. It is focused on things like communication skills, social skills, community skills, functional academics. And within ELS, we have students that are in the STRIVE program, which is K through 5, and it is a more intensive instructional process with the highest level of needs within ELS. And so for some of our students in ELS, we approach all of our instruction on an individualized need. But for some students, it is very intensive, individualized, and structured environments. That is that STRIVE program. So for them, it may be more beneficial to stay K through 5 within one building, whereas we have other classrooms who may benefit more from being in their similar grade range, right? And having opportunities to partner with students in 3rd through 5th grade or K through 2nd grade. So we really have to look at the individualized needs of the classrooms within ELS to determine where the best placement is for them. And that's why Dr. Degree is out having conversations with the ELS staff to say, what do you think our students need most? And how could we facilitate that within these different options?
So I think the question would be: are these currently in option A and B that we're seeing, the numbers for the ELS is considered into the Rupley numbers, correct?
They are not included in the option A and B.
Okay.
So programming, special ed programming, whether ELS at Rupley or Holmes or the SIP program at Friendship, were not included in those totals. So they would up some of those numbers, but I think they're well within that that range that they could, wherever if they all stayed at Ripley, they'd be able to handle it.
Okay.
Should we talk
Could-
transportation, or what do we want to talk about?
I was going to say transportation, if everyone's comfortable going to it.
Yeah.
Do you want to do demographics first?
Clarify, and we use social economic status percentages. Those are free and reduced lunch.
That's correct.
Okay.
Kids
wanna
who qualify for free and reduced lunch.
I need to say something really quick. My babysitting time is almost up, so I have to go.
Thank you, Daisy.
Dr. President or Randy or Ben or whoever is in charge of all of these graphics, is it possible that we can have copies of these?
Yes, you will have printed copies
Okay.
that we can provide to you, and then these will all be available on our website as well for everyone. Thank you for asking.
So I do think it'd be helpful. I remember in the task force meeting one, we had a parent ask this question, and I think it's just useful background for this. But can you explain, Dr. Bresnahan, why we're seeking to distribute on a demographic basis to achieve a more even distribution based on race, based on socioeconomic status?
Sure. So I think first and foremost, the priority is getting as much programming in our schools so that students can attend the schools by which they live and create neighborhood schools. We currently do not have neighborhood schools for all students. So the idea that we have neighborhood schools are only for some families. And I think that's a misperception that is out there, that this is somehow disrupting neighborhood schools as opposed to creating larger neighborhoods so that more students can get what they need within their home school as opposed to being transported somewhere else to get what they need. So that's first and foremost. And when we lay that out, it achieves that balance just by doing that. And the research base, there's a legal basis, there's an ethical basis, and there's a research basis for why balance across these demographics matters. So again, it's not about achieving the, a 50-50 split or a 30-30. It's about representation across our communities so that when our students get to 6th grade, when they get to high school, they have exposure, they have developed social emotional skills across a diverse population of students, because that's the research. We know academically and social emotionally, students benefit from having exposure at even the youngest of ages to a diverse opportunities with inclusion, creating that sense of belonging, and being able to interact with one another. So when we think about our programs across schools, we actually intentionally create those inclusion opportunities. So even if you're in a dual language class or you're in a monolingual class, when we go to PE, we're going to blend and we're going to divide out so that we have opportunities to be more inclusive. So some buildings have that opportunity and some buildings do not. So this is a target for us to get to that balance. But what we tried to do, and this is the part where I understand the reaction to the data and the emotional sense of upheaval that has been shared tonight. But what I think is really the focus here is that if we did something slightly different, we could achieve that greater balance across our schools that get to all of those learning opportunities. Because when I heard it through all the questions that you asked, we talked about curriculum, we talked about teachers, we talked about teaching and learning, we talked about being better at our curriculum through instruction, we talked about students getting what those needs, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's why we're here. This is just the how. How can we do it better? Because what we're doing, to Mr. Vittori's point, is not currently working for all students. And I venture that many of our students, many of our families that are maybe afraid or are worried or are opposed to this are people who may be already having their needs met. And that's totally understandable, and you can't argue that. But there are many students who we do represent, and each of you as board members, you represent all students, regardless of any demographic. Until I can come forth and tell you that we are able to meet all of their needs within their local school, then I think we have work to do. And that's what this is designed to create for us, is an opportunity to do better for all. And so that's why, and one of the articles that we did share, just to back it up with research, is why do the balances of these things, why does diversity really matter from a research-based perspective? And that's available to everybody as well on our website.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think it's maintaining a high level of equity across the district or across our population does require sacrifice from most of us or some of us, in order to achieve those things. If not, everyone would have it, right? But it's also our job too to ask these kind of questions and ask the difficult questions and kind of make sure that we're crossing our T's.
Absolutely.
At the same time. Let's talk transportation. Oh, sorry. Which one? I thought, were we going to transportation? Go for it. Yeah.
All right. So my question related to resource allocation kind of goes back to our collaboration of, if we do go with school pairings, collaboration among staff, whether it be, 4 second graders or 5 first grade class or whatever. How does that work with our new scheduling? And this is kind of like a generalized question. And how does it work for collaboration if you can't send all of first grade to a special?
Oh, but you can, Randy. You can. So what we worked on this year was creating a schedule that moved us closer towards those opportunities for professional collaboration, those professional learning communities. And that is actually a goal area across all 15 of our schools, creating greater opportunities that's more structured and strategic around curriculum, tier 1 instruction, and supporting instructional strategies as they impact our students and their performance, and using data to drive those conversations. So that's the goal. That's the target of what we're trying to work on. It's more effective when you have more people at the table to talk about those things. So in a model where you have 6 to 7 sections per grade level, you actually have opportunities to expand some of our elective opportunities for our students. So when you think about PE and ensuring that they have that 3 times a week, when you think about art, music, LRC, which are the current offerings that they receive, we might have the opportunity to add in another rotation that could be an elective opportunity for our students. I've seen models that introduce STEM as an opportunity with some maker spaces. We saw examples of after school clubs of robotics, things like that. I've heard from some about world languages and offering those opportunities to all students. So there's definitely an opportunity here to expand our curricular impact for our students by looking at some of those things, much like our middle schools, our junior highs do with their rotations, because they have those specials, those electives. So we could look developmentally appropriate between K through 5, which would then allow us to have a schedule that would allow all of those teachers to collaborate at one time, at least 1 time per week, if not more.
So not all teachers. So kind of what you're saying is like 1 or 2 times a week, all the 6th grade or 2nd grade class would get together.
Yep. And that's what they currently do now, just with fewer teachers per grade level.
Then they have their specials. But in most cases, they may get time. They may have different times for schedule specials based on, because if you talk about the 300 kids per school, that means 100 kids per grade can't all go to specials at one time.
It can be done.
Okay.
So when you think about it, so for example, we talked about this year, our current structure. We take all students across our sections, and we ensure that we have inclusive opportunities across dual language, monolingual, etc. So when you think about our class sizes, which are relatively small and very generous in the paired models, either A or B, and you take those 6 or 7 sections and you add them up and distribute them across 6 different specials, you'd actually be able to run a 6 special schedule across every grade level every day. Those are more logistical things. Yeah. But again, it's talking about impact and opportunity from a curriculum perspective for teaching and learning. as well as increased opportunities for professional collaboration for our teachers, which we know and is research based to prove to improve instruction and teaching and learning.
But also if you're doing grade level, when I was teaching, we wanted to meet with other teachers because I only had one other person with me in my building at my grade level with my subject. Oh, sorry. If I want to have a district meeting or with a larger group of my subject area, you had to wait till like maybe a Wednesday, or if we could plan like a institute day. But it was also pre-COVID when we were able to get subs because you could take those groups out if you were going to do it during the day. Even if you're doing it on a Wednesday, there's other business that needs to be done, that to be able to maybe do it once a month or something would be huge. To be able to collaborate weekly, daily would be a game changer, because what is working for me maybe in a classroom, maybe one of my people that does the same grade level, I can say, you know what, I can't reach this kid. I don't know what to do. They can give me what works for them. Or I'm trying to do this lesson and I just don't know how to get it to reach those kids. What are you doing? And how do I get these kids on board? And you have those people right there at your fingertips to be able to ask them to collaborate with them. And it's
Patty,
so huge.
I'd go even further. Like if you're having trouble connecting with your first grade class, you could say, hey, could you cover my class today and see what you see, and I'll trade with you. And you can't do that outside a building, right?
No, it's so big, it's huge.
I apologize for interrupting on this, but as being the business person, I'd like to talk a little bit about when I first started teaching back in 2005. We did have models where it was like a mentorship, but it was every single day. I couldn't imagine, and what kind of teacher I would have been without peers that would work together, help me in my way, and ensure that I can do what's right for kids, because they've been in that profession. They know what's going on. And that's what I learned from. I was a 22-year-old kid, wide-eyed. I didn't know what was going on. So hearing these discussions, Ross, I got to give you a ton of kudos. That was beautiful. That's just something to think about. We want to talk about teachers. Everyone wants to talk about teachers. You're right. The support would be that you give them the opportunity to work together, and you can do it daily. So I apologize for interrupting on this, but this was something I really had to get off my chest.
Should we keep Ron on the microphone and talk transportation? Let's talk transportation, actually. So we looked at the numbers, and thank you, Ron, for that also. We look at the numbers. We're looking at a 20% increase in bus riders, projected 58% to about 75%. Is it, how do I phrase it? Have we even begun the discussions with whether or not transportation companies can even accommodate the extra amount, or is it still too early in the process?
Yeah, I think we need to get to the next slide where we look at the actual impact on number of buses. If you look at elementary, it's 58 currently. Option A would bring us to 61. Option B brings us to 58, keeps us at 58. So 30, and then junior high goes down. In either scenario, we decrease the number of buses at the junior high. So it could potentially be a +1 or a -1 overall for the entire district in terms of number of buses.
Mm-hmm.
When you are transporting a shorter distance, we're able to pick up those stops, and one of the things that we didn't mention is that this builds in an assumption about a staggered model. And I know that's been a concern for our parents. How are we timing this so that if I'm a parent and I'm dropping my kid off, how can I get from K2 to a 3-5 if I have multiple children?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like what we do with the junior high, we stagger. So the bus routes are picking up families together at a stop, dropping off at, I believe, the K2 first.
I believe that's the
And obviously
projection.
we can build in flexibility. This is not a fully fleshed out model, right, where we do all the tweaking, but that K2, 3, 5. I think I also want to point out, these are if every single person who qualified for a bus rode a bus.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So even if we surveyed parents and there were people who chose not to ride the bus, this is your worst case scenario. And I don't think that point was understood earlier.
Yeah,
so
I
wanna
think
clarify.
also too, just to make a comment about busing from again, to pressure test things and just give the perspective of parents and parents that I've spoken with. It's a lot of parents are going to have to put their child on a bus for the very first time, you know, and it's also a lot of parents are going to now, you know, have to wait with that child at the bus stop. There's going to be like those things, and you know, it's some of these kids may be too young to walk on their own from the bus stop to the house. So it's all of those considerations, the impacts that we have to balance here of how it actually impacts the day-to-day lives of the people in our district here.
So,
No, just to that point, we have transportation data that shows 57% of our students are bus riders from kindergarten. Not all of them obviously ride the bus necessarily, but are assigned a bus route. So 57% of the kindergartners are assigned a bus from day one. So it is not abnormal. It is the way this district has to behave somehow because of the large geographic area.
I think it's abnormal for the people who haven't done it before.
But and there's anxiety there, and I'm having walked my kids and then putting them on a bus to the junior high. It's intimidating, and then my kids love it. So it's right.
So-
but not to dismiss the issue, right?
Yeah.
It's a legitimate issue.
So I think the question is, you talked about school staggering, which is kind of the first time we hear it. Can you kind of explain more? So you're saying that started at K2, and then the bus would drop the kids off at K2, then they would go to 3-5, and then
Yeah.
and then assuming on the day at the end of the day it would be 3-5 back to K2.
Yeah, so looking at this, we'd have to look at how much would we have to stagger. What's nice is the pairings. This is one of the things that just even lent itself to the pairing idea, is how close geographically our schools are to each other. So when you look at it, the travel distance between the K2 3-5 pair is what will drive how much time we need in between, because we're not adding it. It's not like the junior highs where they have to run their routes and then do the elementary routes. These routes are being run simultaneously. So we'd really want to look at what that start time is. You can also build in that supervision and breakfast time as well to really help accommodate parents that need to do multiple drop-offs. And again, this is what we talked about, the equity task force. These are valid, legitimate concerns that have to be weighed into this decision. They are not to be taken lightly or to be dismissed by any means, but how can we build a system that is taking that into consideration and making the best accommodations so that we can make it successful for as many families as possible. So that would be, I think right now we're looking at maybe a 10-minute stagger between primary and intermediate, maybe up to a 15-minute stagger in order to accommodate that.
So as a follow-up related to that, so let's say a student, a fourth grade student, a family has a first grader and a fourth grader. The first grader it would be qualified as a walker. The fourth grader would not be a walker, would qualify for bus services. Would both kids still get picked up and dropped off at the elementary school and then taken onto the, I know that it's getting kind of the weeds, but I would kind of ask this question, it's like, well, would the fourth grade then could they get off the bus and walk their sibling home from second grade back home because they're qualified for walk? And that's a weed, get into the weeds question, but something I want to be considered while we're looking at this option.
No, and this is absolutely something that I had personal experience with. And the first year that the change went into was to really identify which families had multiple students in their families that would be separated by a primary and intermediate. And then how could we accommodate by doing those pickup and drop-offs at the opposite school so that siblings could then be together. And we ran that for, I think, the first year. And then parents did not like that, and then we shifted to another option based on parent feedback. But those are all things that we can build in and accommodate when we get to how we implement this. And those are all, I think busing is one of the most complex things that we do as a district, and even what we're doing now is filled with a lot of issues and concerns for parents. And so we are constantly working on this. And there's no perfect one solution, but all of those things factor into how we route, where are daycares,
Mhm.
where are babysitters, all of that.
Mhm.
Those are the individual requests that come in day after day
Mhm.
that our transportation department then reviews and puts into effect for families.
Yeah.
So I have every confidence that that is something we are, number one, aware of, and number two, we have the capacity to address because we're doing it already.
Mhm.
We have parents that are already at multiple schools and multiple programs. And I think we do a really good job of working to try to do our best to accommodate, also recognizing that we cannot transport every child everywhere door to door. That's not our business. That's not our purpose. So how do we best find that middle ground to make it work?
Plus, we do
Go
find
ahead.
out, right, how many kids beforehand we do have to accommodate that way. I mean, because there's some kids that they are not going to need the buses, correct? And how do we get those numbers? Because I know when my kids went to school, they didn't take, they were qualified for the bus, but they never took the bus. They had me driving them back and forth.
Mhm.
But there are people that, you know, they do need the services and they don't. And who compiles that information before the school year starts?
Yeah, so I think we route for it with the expectation and the allowance for any child who qualifies for the bus to ride the bus.
Okay.
If we then are, if there was a definitive piece, some want to walk in the nice weather, but when it rains or the weather gets bad, they want to be on the bus. So we have to make sure that those routes are there no matter what. If there's a definitive, I will never be taking the bus, and that's communicated to us, then we can adjust, but there's always that option because if you qualify, you qualify.
Okay.
Let me ask the
Yeah.
let me ask a question similarly with before and after care. Right now, Low and Forest View would be paired. Parents that take their children to before and after care at Low would need to sign up for before and after care with the Mount Prospect and pick up their children at the Rexplex, which is not at the school. It's a further drive. Is that proposed pairing the only inter-village pairing where they would have to sign up and pay for two
Believe so.
park district?
And we already have that on our radar to have conversations with those park districts. We also look, you know, there's some unique needs and challenges even regardless of where we go here. So for example, on our south end, we have a lot of parents who take advantage of KinderCare who only transports from Salt Creek. So that creates a lot of people who want to then open transfer into Salt Creek because they need that transportation to KinderCare. But that to me is a partnership that we absolutely should be working on and improving because we shouldn't drive attendance based on where the KinderCare is willing to transport to and from. And how do we improve that partnership to accommodate more of our schools?
So I guess I have a more general question related to this because I'm trying to like intake and understand these numbers. Because to be honest, I was very pleasantly surprised that they cut down as much as they did. And so I'm just trying to understand the factors that went into the numbers halving. And so is the primary piece, I guess this is part of my question, is the primary piece that we're offering the local programming. So if I'm a dual parent or if I'm a dual language parent and I'm at Devonshire and now that option doesn't exist there, I have to go somewhere else. But under this model, it's always going to be at that local paired school versus potentially going like all the way to Salt Creek for dual language. So I guess if you could just explain to me, like, is that the biggest driver? And then what are the other drivers that brought this number down?
I think from working with Mary, probably, you know, as has been pointed out, the numbers go up.
Yeah.
So more kids are potentially riding, but they're riding shorter distances.
Okay.
So it's going to bring them down. But your point is a good one that some kids who now are transported for programming a longer distance might not have to be transported at all, at least for a part of the time, or that might be shortened. But I think the reduced piece is it allows you just to consolidate and use, you know, one bus for two schools, where now we have one bus for one school. And if we're staggering start times, you know, I think one of the best examples is Frost and Jay, where that's like less than a mile. So that brings down some of those pieces. I think the other piece, as they've done the building this within the system, they also set the parameters at 50. So the largest bus has 50 in this model. We know currently that's not always, hasn't been true the last few years. So, and I think we want to stick with that. That's definitely a goal, but that I think also helps because now we have, less kids that we're actually making stops for.
And sorry, just to put into context. So when you think about Ridge, transports from across the entire district. Claremont transports from across the entire district. We don't even include any of our special education transportation in here as well. But when you think about those factors and how much are being transported from the entire geographic region to one location, and that is what I've heard from at least one of our parents in the Polish dual language program around that transportation issue and coming from the north side to the south side of the district is a challenge.
So to kind of follow up on the busing issue, one thing you mentioned, Tom, was that it's not the length of the route that causes the time differences or the length of time, it's the number of stops. And were these number of stops proposed in this range? Because if we're picking up, K through, we're adding, the routes may not be long, but maybe having numerous stops added to some of these routes for these school pairings. Has that been included in this time estimates?
Yeah, the way I understand the system, it's, these estimates, especially projecting out that, are based on in the system. We have a 10-mile route. We have to make 12 stops. I think they have each stop is this many seconds, and that's how they come up with these numbers. So within that piece, I think, I'm not.
I know it's not a question, but it's something I want some. We're talking about saving time, but if we're having it stop at a school, it's going to take kids time to get off the bus and stop at the school. It's going to be it's not going to be a couple, a 30-second stop. That's a, 1 or 2 minute, 3 minute, probably more closer to 5 to 10 minute stop. And you add that in the time, this time start getting our ranges up higher.
But I believe that is built in. The stops in between
I
the
believe
schools
that's
are built into
built
this, from what we understand. But again, I just a reminder for tonight. We are just at equity meeting 3. We're going to have equity meeting 4. The recommendation will be coming. So the questions that you are asking tonight will help us build into the recommendation the fuller set of data that you need in order to be able to have that discussion in October with potentially the vote taking place in November.
So I have one more question on transportation and I'll be done. So we talked about, like a 10-minute staggered start time. How will it impact then? Because we'll still be sharing the bus between the junior high and the elementaries. So will that still be feasible, or will we need to kind of expand out or start our junior high a little earlier, which I think is a little too early ready for these kids?
No, it would be look at staggering backwards so that we would not impact the start time of our junior highs.
Okay.
Although ultimately, maybe something worth considering down the road in terms of developmentally appropriate start times for our students, but that's a conversation for probably another day.
Can we talk outcomes? How do we gauge the success of this, and how much time is needed to gauge the success of this? Because one of the concerns I have is we make a change, and is it 7 years later that we see the benefits of the change? Like how do we judge whether or not we made the right decision?
So I think right away, there's going to be certain things that we are going to be able to point to in terms of some data, and other things. So for example, if we were to take the implementation of our math program, we gave ourselves 3 years for an implementation, and we are measuring ourselves and looking at that data every year across that 3-year implementation. But we need to give it that time to see how we are doing in terms of learning it, implementing it, and moving forward. I think the critical piece here is if you want a definitive connection between grade level configuration and improving standardized test scores, I cannot give that to you. If we are working a 5-year strategic plan around 4 goal areas that drive our work, that will lead to better outcomes for kids on the whole, that is what I believe you hired me to do. If you want me and our administrative team, and you want to tell all of our staff that our focus is to singularly improve standardized test scores, then we may take a very different path. So I think the board, it's probably worthy of the conversation tonight for you to give some very clear direction. I fully, wholeheartedly believe that we will be better equipped to serve students based on researched, evidence-based practices that this room of educators knows. And I just also want to remind, if I could just take a moment, that we are all staff also. And we are hired just as teachers are hired. So I think we are grouped together. I serve on behalf of our teachers in order to better serve our community. So I hope that you know that the voices of our principals, the voices of our assistant principals, the voices of our teachers, the voices of our staff, and all of those who are represented in the rooms in which we work and the schools in which we serve every day are all blended into what we want to achieve from an outcomes perspective. So I think what we can attest to is, are we able to see increased collaboration for our teachers and those opportunities? We can look to our teachers to give us those answers. We should be able to anticipate higher retention levels moving into the future, higher stability. You should be asking, how many staff are you moving every year to accommodate the moving needs of our students? We haven't been asked that question by our community or by our board. So those are data.
Tom shared it a couple times tonight,
Right?
though.
We share it, but those
Yeah,
are the
but
questions,
but
right?
it's been shared before.
So if we identify what the key indicators are that tell us we are on the path towards improvement, I think those are worthwhile conversations. Do we have balanced class sizes where teachers are effectively able to manage them from a safety perspective? We should have that conversation. Those are all factors that we talk about and work through every day and work with in partnership with our teachers and our DEA. So I think it's important to really look at, are we better able to provide interventions to a greater number of students, or are we having to cut that threshold off because we can only service so many students within a given range? Those are indicators like we developed through our strategic plan for our KPIs that are deliverables that we can speak to on an annual, if not even more annual basis, for us to show progress towards what we are trying to accomplish. If you want to see immediate improvements in IAR scores, simply moving students, you could do that. We see it in some of our schools now. So if we want the long-term gains from both the social, emotional, from a community as a whole to rise, there's a leap of faith, but it's based in research. It's based in proven educational practices that leads to better teaching conditions, better learning conditions, the stability with which we talked about to manage our fiscal resources, our personnel resources. So that's what I can commit to. It seems like I'm skirting. If it seems like I'm hiding or I'm not being transparent, I can't be more transparent than this. I am telling you, there is no the definitive research on grade level configurations is that what matters most is what happens in the classroom. 100% that I know. So when I have to move teachers around, I'm diminishing my opportunity for teacher effectiveness. When I have to change a teacher a week before school starts to learn a new curriculum and a new classroom, I am diminishing their capacity to be effective. Those are the facts that we know from an education standpoint. And I think those are the conversations and the outlines and the expectations that should be built from the board within this plan in order to determine our success in a future model.
The problem is these are benefits of school pairings. When I look at what it says there, it doesn't make any sense to me at all that those are benefits from the pairings. Those are nice things to have, and we should work toward them. And there are ways to work toward the things in the listing, but I don't see that those would be benefits from school pairings.
Well, I think maybe I was going to to go on that. You talked about you gave an example in your presentation of a student that moved from one school to another school that hadn't qualified for services and they went to a new school, they didn't qualify for services. I think it's kind of a question for the team to say, okay, how many more kids would qualify for interventions if we were at the school pairings that we could help then? And it's just, I don't expect an answer now, but it's something to consider for one of the questions I think we'd want to see answered as a support to, hey, this will be benefit to more kids. So I think that's a question I'd like to see answered.
And I think the root of that starts with where we shared our student achievement data and the discrepancies from building to building. Starting there tells you a very clear picture on how we're able to address tier 2 and tier 3 needs beyond the classroom from an intervention perspective. So if I can more clearly draw the connections between those things to here in some way, please let me know how I can do that, because I'm happy to provide those things. But that is what it's grounded in. Yeah. Right now, if we are seeing disparities of student achievement across our schools, and that's what we're trying to improve for all, and we know these are the ways in which to do it, I think we have to do something different than we're doing today.
Is it possible, if you're concerned about the disparity between the schools, that you should work more with the principals and make sure that the principals understand what it is, what all of them should be working toward, and give them suggestions as to how to help their staff and so forth? I don't know. I'm just.
No, I appreciate that, Mardell. And I think it's a great opportunity to be able to share that. I think our principals are one of the most important roles in our school district. I think they have one of the toughest jobs in our school district. They are the gatekeepers between the administrative center and all the work that we do in our departments to the teachers and to the students. We were just meeting with our principals this morning to walk through this. We have two principal representatives on the equity task force who shared example after example after example of how these conditions that we're currently under impact their ability to serve within a school. So I think they are very engaged in the conversation. I think they are really drivers for us in terms of what we need in our schools. Mr. Ludloff and I, we met with every single principal over the last 3 weeks to do their goal setting meetings. Every single principal, all 15, in some shape or another, put teacher collaboration opportunities as a goal, a personal leadership goal for them for this year, because they recognize the value in that. But what they share are the personal stories within their building of the singleton teachers that don't have those partners to talk to, or the spreading out of resources that aren't necessarily available. So they are really engaged in the conversation. I have the utmost confidence in our principal team. I truly believe having conversations with them as individual board members would be extremely helpful to you to understand their perspective and what they're currently experiencing and what they hope to maybe achieve doing something different.
Just to add to that, maybe it's not necessary that every school is identical, because every principal is different, every group of teachers is different, every group of students is different. So it's not necessary that every school is identical. It's necessary that every school is working toward common goals.
So I guess I would
Agreed.
respond that the goal of this isn't to make them identical, but just to distribute resources in a way that everyone has local access to what they individually need. And I feel like in some ways this slide like crystallizes the challenge of this for me, because I'm a parent just like many parents in this room, and a lot of this is invisible to parents. Right? If their child is or is not getting an intervention, hopefully they work and are active and engaged and make sure that child gets what they want. But for the most part, we drop our kids off, we hope they're getting what they need, and they come home. And so I think what's acutely challenging about this work is, while it may seem like the district is bringing this in out of the blue, over many years, we've been identifying these problems, trying to shift students, trying to do different short-term solutions to solve what is a structural problem. And now that our equity journey has kind of illuminated what the issues are in one of our solutions, we happen to be at a point in time where everyone's emotional reserves are at an extreme low point, because we've all undergone COVID and our teachers and our administrators and parents and everyone are exhausted. And yet here we are, like at this point where we see some problems that need to be fixed. And I think it's important for all of us to realize, like, we do write the timeline of this. Like, that is part of figuring this out. And I know I'm at a point personally, having heard from Ross tonight, as well as like for the past 3 years I've been on the board, how difficult it is to shift people around in these discrepant class sizes. So I guess what I want to express is I'm at the point where I'm convinced something needs to be done, but I think we need to figure out, what does that exactly look like? And we need to get on a timeline that we can all be comfortable with so that we do it well and parents and teachers don't feel like they have rugs pulled out from under them. Because if we're all emotionally exhausted and we try to do this, like, it's not going to be a success either. But I think my long monologue to say, I think with these outcomes, what might be helpful as we as the board want to give you sort of feedback is like, where do we stand right now? And I think you've given us this information in different ways, but if we saw it like on a list of, here's the outcomes, where are we now with access to interventions? Like, what do we feel like are the gaps that we're missing on programming? You know, we can easily pull this many sites don't have access to this programming. And then what would we want to be to define success? I think that would be helpful to take these like invisible aspects and give them a little more tangible. Because like what I hear from the audience is just, it's not broke. Why are you gonna fix it? Right. And I think we need to really quantify. Someone got up and said, like, I want to understand the degree of improvement. And like, we're giving up this. So what's the degree of improvement? So maybe just putting a little bit of quantification to that so we can see, like, here's how we would improve this and this and this.
Yeah. And I think it's looking at it in reverse. We have 8 areas, 8 focus areas. Data should be presented to the community in a way where community members would look at a problem and a majority of the community would agree that is a problem that needs to be fixed. And then the next one, that is a problem that needs to be fixed. That is a problem that needs to be fixed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then working our way to what is the best way to fix that problem. But also too, this can't be the only option, right? So if it isn't, or if it isn't the most effective, what is plan B, or what is the second most effective option that was looked at? And I know we talked about redistricting and those kind of things, but to tackle these items here, you know, because there are schools that are far more equitable than ours that do not have grade pairings. You know, so even looking at the junior high example, if junior highs operate as grade level centers today, are we seeing these issues there? And if we are, why? Right? So it's understanding exactly what it is we are trying to fix, because yes, the district should be taking risks and should be analyzing outside of the box to say, what is the best way to solve these kids today to make them excellent students going forward, not looking at it how we did it in the 90s or, you know, earlier than that. But how do we fix these things today most effectively?
I kind of want to challenge what you said about think outside the box and, you know, doing things differently. I think we need to make decisions that's research based with numbers.
Oh,
and stuff
absolutely.
like that.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't want to, you know, come up with some sort of, you know, crazy scheme that we think is going to work because, you know, that's what think we work best. But I think it needs to be research based.
Right.
So, but I want to add something in there. There's one of the last bullet points is talks about curriculum. We have not talked much about curriculum related to this proposed school pairing / redistricting. And I think no matter what we do, the curriculum work is being done. As Dr. President pointed out earlier, we're in year 2 of our math curriculum. I'm looking forward to our fall benchmark response. We should be seeing those in December, right, Mr. Ludloff?
We have them now. We had talked about waiting till November to share, but are open and ready to
so-
share at the next meeting if that's the
Okay, so
preference of the board.
So we'll see some numbers of how our math curriculum is proceeding. This year we are piloting a language art curriculum with attention that will be the goal of implementing is next year. So I'm taking the curriculum part out of this scenario, or out of this from my perspective. I know it's going to be tough on the staff if whatever we decide was moving around and adding another curriculum onto them. That's another thing on the teacher staff. Sorry about that. But we know that the curriculum, we are basing our curriculum on what's best for the students, regardless of how we proceed along with this. So I just want to be mindful of that process, that we are continuing with the curriculum to find out what's best for the students and what we think they need, or what the staff thinks they need. So that is outside of this school pairing discussion and everything like that. So I just wanted to add that note.
And that the curriculum is a hugely high priority.
Yes, that is happening
Co-equal with that.
regardless, as are many of the things. School safety is a top priority that is happening regardless of this conversation. We talk about it at facilities and finance. We have a safety committee. So our day-to-day operations are committed to our students and everything that we do on a regular basis. If I could take us back to the beginning slide that had the 8 areas, because Robert, I want you to help me understand a little bit in terms of what your expectation was.
Sure.
And if I could get maybe the full board to chime in. So that's what I believe we really attempted to do.
Yeah.
Let's talk about our 8 areas where we have identified areas for improvement. And we believe that if these are through outside audits, research-based, all of that good stuff, if we improve in these 8 areas, well, really the 7 areas, we anticipate and hypothesize that we will be able to see improvements across student outcomes, right? As well as just our day-to-day operations and how we serve students and families.
Sure.
So identifying each of those areas, what's our current reality, what's our goal, and how does this model help us meet it? That's what we covered. That was our mission tonight, was to be able to demonstrate that through a very data-driven, here's our charts, here's our graphs, here's how this would be, we'd be able to identify these. I think the conversation that we haven't had is what will happen if we decide not to move forward with this recommendation at all. And those are the things that we're talking about. Maybe in some cases they have been Band-Aids. Band-Aids that I hope we don't have to continue applying, but looking at what does that mean for impact on staffing year to year? How do we better allocate resources rather than every school gets an interventionist and gets an instructional coach? How do we really look at a needs base and start moving staff around in terms of being driven by need? Those are not things that are easy to.
Your 8 things, your 8 things are fine, but I guess you say, how do we do it? Well, I guess the way I would do it, rather than coming up with another completely different program like this pairings thing, is take each of them individually and work on them, and spend so many months or so many whatever committee meetings working on some of these things to see if you can come to agreement among the principals and the superintendent staff and the board and so forth.
I don't think it's that easy, unfortunately, because
Well, some
these
things
are
wouldn't be-
factors
the
outside of our
student outcomes,
control.
For example, you couldn't work on because everything that you do will work towards student outcomes.
But for example, like facility and capacity usage, right? If we just, our current model is, if you're in this neighborhood, you're at this, like we only have so much ability to flex with that.
And you couldn't, and we're not going to solve them all. For example, class sizes, you're not going to solve class sizes because as long as I've been in education, which is my whole life, I mean, it's not constant. It's going to change, and you do the best you can with it.
So which one of these do you think we could solve by committee, just to try to understand your point?
But I think, it's I think a lot of the questions that parents have is, how did we land here, right? How did we land here? And that, I think that's what needs to be communicated out of. Obviously, yes, we're talking about it today and et cetera, but the let me see if I can phrase it another way. Other school districts that do not have school pairings, how do they assess class sizes? How do they assess demographics? How do they assess enrollment? Like looking at it that way of, this is the way they do it. Each district is completely different. We need to look at whether or not that model would work here, and if yes or no, and if not, this is the option that we have. So it's kind of balancing those types of.
So I think that's the process that we did start with.
Mm-hmm.
We started by looking at our data and said we have some buildings that are underutilized, some buildings that are overutilized.
Mm-hmm.
We have some students that have access to programmings in their neighborhood school and some that do not. So we're looking at the opportunity of, the option was, do we look at redistricting and potentially closing schools and shifting students to underutilized buildings or not?
Right.
So that option was on the table, discussed. We discussed the merits of it. If the board says, hey, we only want to look at redistricting, that would not be the recommendation coming from our administrative team or out of the discussions through the equity task force. But we could put this on hold and say, we need to look within the next 3 to 5 years, where are we going to move students? And we'll keep shifting students across a moving target. And so that is an option that you have at your disposal if you want to do that. And other districts do that.
Were you aware of what was brought out tonight, that there's violence in some of our junior highs? I was not aware of that at all. To me, that should be one of the top things on our list that we're working on. Find out why, find out what we can do to solve it, and so
We regularly talk about student behavior and discipline across all facets of our organization, including in our committees, as well as through our various leadership teams. We have complete departments that are solely focused on behavior and discipline for our students. That is something that we are ever present and ever talking about on a regular basis.
I mean, that to me is scary. That's something definitely.
I think you have to
if you
take-
solve that problem, you're solving most of these problems too. Because if there's no violence and everybody's getting along and doing what they're supposed to in school, they're learning and they're moving ahead.
That doesn't take care of all of this. That's I mean, it's an issue, but it doesn't take care of.
The point I'm making is, if they're scared to be there because there's violence in the school, they're not going to be learning.
Okay. Let's
So Robert, just to your point of different models. So if you look at districts in our area, we have very small school size. We have a lot of schools that are underutilized compared to our neighboring districts. And I think that's why they don't have these issues of singletons and stuff. Because if you have an elementary school that's 500 students, now you've got multiple sections of everything, and you can condense things down. So I think that model was rejected early on, because what that would involve would be, we would expand a few schools and we would close 3 schools and not repurpose, close. And going into this entire discussion way back in May, I thought that was where we would end up. Because when I look at districts around us, that's what they do. And so I think we're trying to find a way where we avoid taking what is a feature of our neighborhoods, our schools, and removing them. And I think we're casting about for that, because we're being idiosyncratic in that's not the way people do it. You build a bigger school and then you close 2 schools, right? And I think
This would utilize all our buildings and keep them open. And that's what the goal should be, because who knows in the future, like when we're talking about the apartment buildings and things that are being built, who knows, you close a school down, it's like going into war. It's easy to get in, it's hard to get out. It's easy to close a school, it's hard to reopen it again. You know, you got to think what's the best, and if we can keep them all open, when those changes come, it makes it a lot easier.
And we've got apartments coming in both Arlington Heights and Elk Grove.
Yeah. But I think as far as the anxiety we see now, if we were dealing with that scenario where we were closing 3 schools, then I need to think, okay, I have a school in my neighborhood. what becomes of that after it's closed? Is it a park? Is it sold to a developer? I
Mhm.
don't know what happens then.
Mhm.
And so I think we're trying to balance all those issues and again, prepare
Mhm.
ourselves for hopefully, good things to come.
Mhm.
But I think
Mhm.
that's why those models are not something we looked at.
Mhm.
There's an old school from our district on my street. It's a old people's home. I mean,
Yes, it
we're
is.
not taking it back.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
they've repurposed it and it's gone. So I mean, I get to keep the schools open, be able to use them. It's
So-
the ideal.
So I kind of want to go to, I got one more thing. Kind of goes, one of the things that was mentioned a lot in the parents, comments from the public was, the transitions. We are at, as we've learned through this whole pandemic, that some of these kids have gone through some pretty major transitions. Is there any data supporting the 2 to 3 transition and, or support for that we can be shared, that can be shared out so we can look at that, or just talk about transitions in general?
Yeah,
But
I think we know that adding additional transitions for students is a challenge and has a negative impact potentially. I think the same thing why some districts stay, again, I'll keep repeating this analogy, but when districts decide to stay K-8, it's to eliminate that transition because that's what research shows you. Adding those transitions in matters. Now, what I think is different in this configuration that is maybe lost is that you are transitioning with the same exact students. You are moving from one building to another, but you are with the same students. So your sibling could have the same, you could have the same teachers as your siblings, whether you're in a K2, 3, 5 across a campus, or whether you are in a K5 within a singular building. Those things that develop a sense of community around a school are not lost. There are opportunities to intentionally create unity amongst those. And those are some of the things that I think can be discussed and should be discussed because you do have to offset those potential negative downsides to that additional transition, knowing that you're moving from one building to a next. We do it with 5th grade to 6th grade, and we're very intentional around that. And now we have the opportunity to know even more of the 5th graders that are going into 6th grade with us, as opposed to I know a quarter of the students. Now I'm going to know at least half of the students, if not more, coming into my junior high. So there are other offsetting factors, not to negate or to minimize the fears and the reality of those things, but it's how do you prepare? There are schools, there are districts that have ELCs within their schools. I came from a district that had pre-K 2. There was no transition from early learning to kindergarten. We have a transition. How do we address it? How do we support our kids through it? Because we're configured differently. It's not about the configuration. It's about how we address it and what is it going to provide in these 8 areas. Will it check off a number of these goals for us and get us to a place that leads us to the place that we want to become for all students, or does it not? And what are those trade-offs along the way that you all are faced with a very hefty decision to be made, not to be entered into lightly? I think we heard from a portion of our community tonight that is valid and real. I think you've also heard through emails and other means a perspective from some other parents who feel very differently. And the same thing for our staff. We have staff who feel both ways. There's fear around this because it's a big change.
Are they aware of everything that's going on, the staff?
Yes, we have been keeping them up to date as we go from move to move and even access to tonight. Then we're going to have additional follow-up meetings tomorrow during their Wednesdays PLT so that they can really engage at this building level around conversations around this. And we talked with our junior high principals. What do we see from our K-5 kiddos that come to us in 6th grade that we could do better so that transition to 6th grade could be more seamless? We see some difficulty in coming together at 6th grade if they haven't had that previous experience in K-5. That's a reality. We hope to address that through these opportunities. That's why that diversity piece actually matters and impacts children's ability to get along and do what they're supposed to be doing within a classroom so that they can learn.
That this best practices with transitions is something I would like to see spelled out
Mhm.
as part of the draft plan, right? So, because I understand there is that anxiety of adding a transition for a student from 2 to 3. I would like to make sure that we're doing all that we can under this plan to make sure that goes as smoothly as possible. So I know there's a big list of things you should be doing, school visits, that sort of thing, right? But I'd like to see that spelled out as well.
Yes, absolutely.
How are we doing question wise? Everybody feel like they got some questions in? Are we feeling?
Can we go to the timeline? I need that last one. I need you all to ask your
Let's see,
questions and
yeah.
weigh in on this because I can't give you a recommendation without a timeline.
We still got business to do
We
tonight.
still got a lot of business to do tonight. It's past my bedtime. Oh, good.
So we're looking at a timeline. Here's the hard part. It's like making sure we're in a good place with everything in place to be successful. So if we need to push back a little from our November, would that still be a manageable thing? So we don't feel like we're rushing into something that we want to be successful. We don't want it to fail.
Let me, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to add, just to be like blunt and to the point.
Okay.
This is the first time we as a board are hearing this, right? So this is the first time we're getting this info. The task force have been meeting, but even the third task force meeting, I don't believe we've gotten the report out for that. You know what I mean? So it's like we feel like we're playing catch up. Yes, I reach out to Courtney, I reach out to Patty after each task force meeting, but it's we're trying to digest it. That's why we're asking a whole bunch of questions tonight. So it's that making sure, because obviously we're all going to have all the questions, but we want to make sure that we are, any decision that we make as a board, we need to defend to the public. That is our job as public officials here on behalf of the school district. So I want to make sure that whenever we are ready to make that decision, that we have all the information we need to defend whether we vote yes or no on that decision. So my worry is that it's a little too accelerated here if we are going to meet October 10th to have a recommendation of the plan and then weeks later action. That is my gut reaction at 10:30 tonight.
I to a certain extent,
After 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
I agree. Would it be better that we vote on it in December rather than in November?
Like maybe we understand the plan in October. We have sort of another discussion like we're doing right now about the plan in November. And then we could see if we are prepared for action in December.
Yeah, I feel that, like Robert, we're getting all this information. We've been waiting for this information, right? I can't say whether or not I'm in favor of this plan until I dig through the data. And there's a whole bunch of slides that I'm going to sit down with later and read through and try and understand the data. And to say that we're going to have our questions answered from today on the 10th, and then we're going to have another discussion, we'll have more questions. I don't think that's enough time to digest and make sure that we're in a perfect spot for that decision. I understand, again, the tension. I think Courtney said it really well. There's a tension between you want to make a positive impact as quickly as you can, but there's also go slow to go fast, right? And so we need to, I think, just take our time and make sure we do all our homework.
Yeah, I think it's such a big decision. I would rather err on taking too long than err on taking too short.
And for the community out there, we can't actually legally are not allowed to discuss this outside of this
Right.
room. Like we can meet one-on-one, but I can't have this conversation where, oh, Robert had a really good point, and then, oh, that's a good point. And I can't have that conversation and digest it except in these meetings. And you're one more meeting I don't know is enough.
So just so you know, we built in that buffer. So knowing that this would be part of the discussion and part of the feeling and the weight of it. So I have shared publicly that either we anticipate on the original timeline, it could be in November, but we could take until December if we wanted to make that decision. I think the other piece that is probably even more important than the actual decision is what is the timeline of a recommendation of the actual implementation of that plan. So when we look back at the timeline slide, so the other piece of it is that even if you make a decision in whether it's November or December, when would we anticipate wanting to actually do this work? Now, I'm going to tell you, we had this conversation, as I mentioned, with the Equity Task Force. There was pros and cons on both sides. There was the comments of our kids have been through enough. You see the signs, pause the pairings. I don't know what pause exactly means. I'm taking a little bit of hope when I see that, because maybe that just means let's slow down. We know something needs to be done, but let's slow down. Hear that. Now, the other side of the coin from some of our parents in the Equity Task Force is, you know what's wrong and what's broken. You need to fix these things as soon as you can. So weighing those things between the two.
Doesn't mean we don't fix things, though.
No, but there was a parent that was like a group that said, rip the Band-Aid off, just make the decision. Even if you do it a little later, like a year away, let's make the decision. And then we can start the preparation.
Yeah, so I
Or
think that
take the
conversation
time.
from a board perspective, I see both sides. I'm going to tell you, we took a very informal straw poll this morning with our building principals, who I think would have an extremely heavy lift if this were to move forward. We said, when would you want to see this, sooner or give us some time? And overwhelmingly, the response was, if we know what we need to do in order to make things better for our schools, we would rather do it sooner than wait and drag it out, knowing that we are living in these current conditions for a longer period of time. So I think that I'm giving you perspectives. I could do with either one. This is not my personal plan, as much as the community wants to, have a person to point to. I will take that, but this is truly a plan for the district. And when I hear from my building principals, I think they have really comprehensive perspectives. Now, maybe after tomorrow's meeting with their staff and with the district PLT, we might have even more information that guides us. But I think from a board perspective, I'd love to hear where we're leaning for us to build an actual recommendation.
I'll start. So I'm gonna comment on the date, because I do like the pushing it back for more time. I am torn between 23 or 24 start, just from a perspective of our kids have been through a lot. I think kids thrive on repetition, consistent scheduling, stability. And they haven't had that. And next year, if we decide to go proceed with this next year, it's another one on top of that, which then has me worried about the social emotional side of the whole thing, saying this is another thing that can affect our kids in an adverse way, more than how much we could gain by postponing and delaying this possibly a year. So I am torn by that, but I'm also thinking that if this is truly what we think is best for the district, the sooner we start, the better. And I'll kind of use the example of the math curriculum. We piloted for a year of the math curriculum, and we started the math curriculum just last year. If we could have started the math curriculum a year earlier and not piloting, just picked one and went with it, would our kids be farther along? kind of goes back to Dr. Sager's thing about early learning center, starting kids as early as possible with preschool. The sooner you start, the better. So I'm torn. I really don't have an answer to this. I'm thinking maybe since we've decided to push back the decision to December, maybe we have more discussion about this in November. And this becomes our topic of our discussion in November, finalize of our questions and when the implementation is going to go forward. Because if we decide to go with 2024, I'd like to see some stuff actually worked on and started from 2023.
There's a bunch of facilities work we could do ahead of time.
Yeah.
I could see us developing a transition plan where you take that year where students are hopefully having a comfortable year and you start saying, okay, well, next year things are going to look a little different. Maybe go visit the school you're going to be in next year, that sort of thing. And talking about these transition best practices, right? Really try and make any transition as easy as possible from a student perspective, right? From a kid's perspective. And again, I feel that tension,
and a staff perspective. Don't forget the staff too.
And a staff perspective, and the staff as well. But it's and again, I feel that tension because it's just you look at it and we know there's problems, and there's.
But there's a lot of prep work that needs to be done.
I know, but also this district has in the past not addressed problems in a timely fashion. I think I'll put it politely. And this is a problem, and I can't look away from it. It's a problem we need to deal with. And so there's a very big tension between what we do in this situation.
Yeah, and I think also too, obviously we conduct these audits. We don't just file them away now, right? So we're looking at how to fix it. One of the questions that I always say in my day job when I'm asked for something, I always say, why do you want it so fast? Like, what's the deadline? Explain your deadline to me as to why you want it by X date. And I know that's a lot of the questions that I've gotten from the community that I've spoken to about this, of why does it have to be decided on X date? And I understand if there are budgeting considerations or we lose funding by X date if we don't do it at a certain time. But here, I think the difference being with implementing a new curriculum is that it will impact families at home, so we have to balance that when we look at how it starts. Is that enough runway? I don't know. Is it enough runway if we start fall in 2023, if we do this, fall in 2023, to give families enough time to prepare? I don't know, so it's taking all of those things into account. I can't say here, me individually, fall 2023 sounds great. Let's just stick with that date because it's way too early in my own analysis of this whole thing to make that type of decision.
And having said that, I agree with you, but we have to solve some of these problems.
Right.
So we've got to get started solving the problems.
Yeah, I think that what I keep coming back to with this is, and this is something when we were interviewing you for superintendent, you said to us, is like to go slow, to go fast. And I do want to make sure that we are prepared for this, that we take the opportunity to prepare students. And I think the piece I don't want to lose sight of is the very human element, because I think about primarily our students and teachers who have not had a normal year and who may be struggling with their own mental health issues. We've had so much external change. And I think the human element leads me to lean, let's go slower and do it in a really thoughtful way. And I struggle to put an exact number on that, but I think that's my lean, is like, let's do this right. Let's lay the groundwork. Let's not build the plane while we're flying the plane. If it means we spend a year drawing blueprints for the plane, okay. But I think on an ethical level, I feel that tension of, better, you should do better. But I think I can satisfy that ethical dilemma by we are taking these steps to move toward this solution and do it right.
I think I just want to add to the building the plane in the air kind of question. I heard that, and actually when I met with some of the teachers, they brought that up, and I kind of responded with this, and I thought it was kind of nice. It's like, we need to know a destination first, so we can build the airplane that will take us to that destination. If the destination is, Hawaii, we're going to build a bigger, longer flying plane. If we're building a plane that goes to Detroit, if we're making a destination in Detroit, we're going to build a different type of plane. So, but you bring up the blueprint, so we need to know what the destination is. But that destination, then we can start building it. That would be my thought on that whole process.
Can I just add to that analogy from one more layer? Because this is, I totally agree. I don't want to build a plane while we're flying it. But the piece that's the balance is that we're already flying a plane. We're flying a plane that is held together by some duct tape and a prayer, perhaps, in some cases. And so I think we just, as long as there is that recognition of what steps we can, I think, Courtney, to your point, what steps can we take to know that we're moving forward and not lose momentum towards this work, recognizing that this is a major transition and undertaking, and being able to build in awareness and understanding and some empathy and reassurance in all of those pieces is really valuable. So what we may think about doing as a team is bringing forth a recommendation that has what are the things that we would want to do in 23-24, knowing that the ultimate potential big shift would not happen until 24-25. Yeah. And I think if we can at least see it as a 2-phase process to get to our destination, I could keep flying the plane a little bit. Because not flying the plane is not an option.
The plane may not even have to go that.
How long are we staying with this plane?
Because if you solve the problems,
I would like off the plane now, please.
I want to make sure that teachers are able to have time to get used to the idea, to be able to make their preparation, to get themselves where they feel comfortable. If there's any kind of training that needs to go with it. Anything like that. And like Joe said, getting the kids ready and parents ready for that kind of transition thing that they're going to be doing. I love the idea of them seeing, oh, this is a school I'm going to be going to. Maybe I can meet the teachers that are going to be at my grade level. I mean, that kind of stuff where they become a part of the process. And I think if we give it time,
They could have an assembly with all the new first graders.
The possibilities on that are endless. There's so many great, and even just open houses for our families who haven't even been to some of these other schools. There's a lot of fear in what assumptions are about other schools when maybe you've never even visited and never even been there, or it's been a long time since you have been there. And I think when we're able to see the schools before we do this, I think that's a big opportunity for us to provide.
Okay.
all right. I think we're good.
Any other questions, comments? Everybody feeling pretty beat up?
Let's start
Let's
voting.
move on.
It's going on
All right.
very late.
Item 7.0 action items.
I will make a motion.
I won't even finish it then. Okay.
Okay. Be it resolved that on the 27th day of September 2022, CCSD 59 Board of Education directs the administration to prepare the 2022 levy. Be it further resolved that the Board of Education conduct a public hearing on the proposed levy during the November 14th, 2022 school board meeting, and notification of said hearing be circulated in an area newspaper announcing the public hearing.
I will second, as long as I got my pen here.
Questions, comments? Roll call.
Espino absent. Lang,
Aye.
Mencia.
Aye.
Petrelli, aye. Reed,
Aye.
Sager,
Aye.
Schumacher,
Aye.
and the motion passes.
All right. Can I get a motion?
There is no need for a closed session
No
this
need
evening.
for closed session.
There will be no closed session.
There will be no closed session. All right. So can I get a motion for adjournment?
No closed
Oh, wait, I gotta get that paper. Hang on. We are going to adjourn.
I have something
All
before
right,
we
hold on,
adjourn.
Mark.
I have something.
You're going to pass out something, Mardell?
Yeah, just pass these down for the 4 board members. State Pam Listener used to be on this board with me back in 87, I believe it was, to 95. And then he became a member of the Elk Grove Village Board. He is now retiring from the Elk Grove Village Board, and I just wanted you to do this because you didn't know him, but I did, and I served with him, so I'll be going to his retirement.
Very nice.
Cool. Thank you.
So who knows?
So I'll make the motion.
How
Be
many of us will
Let me make
move
the motion
on
be
to
resolved
later.
on the 27th day of September 2022. The Community Consolidated School District 59 Board of Education meeting is adjourned. Can I get a second?
I will second.
Roll call.
Lang.
Aye.
Mencia. Petrelli, aye. Reed.
Aye.
Sager.
Aye.
And Schumacher. And Daisy is absent. Espino is absent. 6-1.